guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. As the war in Gaza rages on, the IDF confirmed this weekend that it safely rescued 4 hostages that were captured by the terrorist group Hamas on October 7th. Several airstrikes were conducted as part of the operation, destroying several buildings in a civilian area. IDF spokesman Peter Lerner joins ABC's This Week and was asked if they factored in the loss of Palestinian lives during the operation.
Every civilian life lost in this war is a tragedy. Every civilian life lost in this war is a result of how Hamas has operated.
This comes as President Biden is facing criticism from Republicans for seeming to agree with the premise that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is prolonging his country's war with Hamas for his own political gain. The comments come from an interview published by Time magazine last week. When asked about Netanyahu prolonging the war, the president said he wasn't going to comment on it, adding there's a reason for people to draw that conclusion. Arkansas Republican Senator Tom Cotton joins Fox News Sunday to react, adding that President Biden is limiting Israel's freedom of action and not putting enough pressure on Hamas.
Just look at what happened yesterday outside the White House. You had anti-American, pro-Hamas lunatics defacing and desecrating the statues of our great veterans, which is a plain violation of federal law. But Joe Biden's government allowed it to happen.
No major letup is expected in the heat wave that's been affecting much of the West, with triple-digit temperatures all but certain to continue into next week. Forecasters saying daytime temperatures will reach their highest since last summer from California into Oregon and the Rockies, affecting a dozen states. Former President Donald Trump continuing to campaign on the West Coast, the president holding a rally in Las Vegas Sunday. This is USA News.
Hey, here's a question. After you wear your clothes, you toss them in the washing machine, right? Nobody wants to wear dirty clothes. So how come you don't throw your shoes in the washing machine when they get dirty? I mean, come on. Your shoes are touching the filthy ground all day long. Gross. Well, with Skechers, you can. Because most Skechers are machine washable. That's right. Skechers are specially made so you can toss them right in the washing machine and keep them clean and looking new. And when they look new, you can confidently wear them longer. That's less shoes you're going to want to throw away, which means less waste. And it'll save you tons of dough. I love that. Plus, machine washable Skechers are for the whole family, men, women, and kids. So when your kids get their shoes dirty, and we know they will, just wash them. Brilliant. And even our latest technology, new hands-free Skechers slip-ins are washable. You just step right in and go without bending down or even touching your shoes. So give your Skechers the same treatment you give your clothes. Just toss them in the washing machine and keep them looking brand spanking new. Find machine washable Skechers at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear happens to be sold.
President Trump has yet to announce his pick for vice president, but there are a few candidates who people are speculating are contenders. Ohio Republican Senator J.D. Vance discusses the possibility of being the former president's choice.
We've had some conversations with the Trump team, but I've actually not spoke about the vice presidential thing with the president directly. And until I do, I sort of assume this is a lot of media speculation. As I've said, I think to you, Maria, and certainly to many others, I want to help Donald Trump get elected because it's really important that he become the next president. But I've got an important job for the people of Ohio and the United States Senate. That's what I'm focused on. And if that changes, you'll be one of the first to know.
That audio courtesy of Fox. Former President Trump is currently leading in the polls in Arizona, Florida, Nevada, and is tied with President Biden in Virginia. The NFL is showcasing more games this preseason. USA's Ryan Daniels has the details.
The NFL has scheduled 5 preseason games to be broadcast nationally. Kicking off the preseason action will be the Houston Texans and Chicago Bears in the Hall of Fame game August 1st, airing on ESPN and ABC. The following week, Fox will showcase the matchup between the New Orleans Saints and San Francisco 49ers on August 18th. The last trio of games will be televised during the final week of the preseason.
With no winner in Saturday night's Powerball jackpot, the drawing for Monday set for an estimated $221 million. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. That's 800-471-7065.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole telephone. Well, how's your day been?
friends, is how we kick off a brand new week. Thank you, Josh Malloy. 1,000 miles. Yes, another long night on the interstate. But that's what we do. So we close out the weekend, second weekend of June. What do you say? Ready to turn the page? Are you ready for the greatest day of the week? Here comes a Monday, 10th day of June. From time zone to time zone, we'll get the new week started here. Well, first things first, trust you had a good weekend. And welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. It was actually a very comfortable weekend. Now, wife took advantage, had me out doing all kinds of yard work. Fun. But summertime's a-coming. She said, better to do it now when it's not so hot. I guess, well, you're right. 63 degrees, clear skies outside the secret bunker at this hour. Wouldn't have wanted to be doing outdoor yard work out west, or according to Big Ed, even there in Oklahoma, he said it was a hot one this weekend, well into the 90s. Of course, late last week, numerous daily record temperatures were shattered across the west, with an early summer heat dome that set up over several days. An amplified ridge in the jet stream pumping really warm air in from the Four Quarters to portions of Washington, Oregon, even Idaho. And it's not over yet. Forecasters at AccuWeather say the first widespread heat wave of the year continues to scorch areas across the southwest and the interior northwest this week. Temperatures again soaring upwards of the century mark for days on end. It's been cooking in Las Vegas. I haven't seen any official word at this point. I know Donald Trump had a rally there Sunday, and it was telling people, dress appropriately, be prepared for the heat. Places like Las Vegas, daytime highs were at 111 degrees on Thursday. It was 110 again on Friday. Both of those were daily records. I think he had a rally there. It was somewhere in Arizona. It may have been Phoenix on Thursday, and there were close to a dozen people that had to be treated for heat exhaustion there. But meanwhile, the front passing over the central Rockies into the plains, it's going to keep a risk for some showers and thunderstorms in place early this week as the heat continues to plague the southwest. Showers and thunderstorms will bring some relief from the heat into early week, with a trend towards dry and hot conditions to follow for the rest of the week. Out west once again, they advise area hikers, those enjoying the early summer camping trip, you'll need to keep an eye on the sky if you're outdoors early this week. Check your forecast, monitor the radar, and stay weather aware, and keep outdoor enthusiasts prepared in this kind of a pattern. If you can hear thunder, you're close enough to be struck by lightning. In addition to the lightning risk for the hikers and the campers, they also highlight the impact of the persistent heat. And, of course, you've got still a pretty significant mountain snowpack. Most locations across the Rockies still reporting a healthy snowpack in the higher elevation. As we will watch for some rounds of thunderstorms over the upcoming days, that'll bring some flooding downpours. You couple that with the very hot conditions, that's going to accelerate the snowmelt there and can quickly result in rising river and stream levels. Not only can this inundate camping locations along waterways, but also cause poor hiking conditions across the mountain areas as that snow melts away. Now, along the California coast, the heat dome over the west will have less of an influence compared to inland locations. That pattern's going to shift a little bit by midweek this week, but temperatures are going to gradually rise a few degrees. There might be some relief from the heat along the immediate California coast early this week, but the winds are going to shift offshore As we roll into midweek, that's going to allow the heat to advance right to the coastal areas. Across the West this week, a resurgence of heat is going to occur from California to Colorado and into New Mexico. Temperatures will once again climb several degrees higher than the late weekend values. We're going to be up to the 100 to 110 degree range, primarily for the desert locations. Now, places like Phoenix, you are projected to observe daytime highs at or above 110 by early to midweek as that heat dome kind of anchors over the region. Meanwhile, occasional weak cold fronts pushing into the Pacific Northwest can cause for some cooling periods there. Some areas of the Four Corners will continue to face a high risk for wildfires to develop this week as that heat persists. Arizona, western New Mexico, you may miss out on any moisture from those afternoon thunderstorms. Drought conditions will continue to get worse there. Given the weather conditions this week, West Coast states are also going to face the risks of new wildfires igniting. Areas of central and eastern Washington, central Oregon, through interior California. That's going to be a zone to monitor as the heat resurges across that region. Meanwhile, we're rolling into the soon-to-be mid-June here. This spring has been a very active weather season, as we know, the most active since 2011. More than 1,000 twisters across the country. A change is on the horizon that will transfer the severe weather dangers headed into the dog days of summer. We're going to see disturbances coming down from the northern Rockies through the northern plains and into the Midwest. According to the long-range weather expert Joe Lundberg, we think this is the most likely area to get some dangerous weather. The corridor they're going to be watching, stretching from Chicago to Indianapolis, St. Louis to Minneapolis and Cincinnati. Some of those damaging thunderstorms may blow all the way through to the mid-Atlantic. Winds is expected to be the primary danger, but hail and tornadoes will also be possible. Some of these disturbances may generate intense lines of thunderstorms known as derechos. A derecho, one of the most destructive types of thunderstorms, sometimes referred to as an inland hurricane, due to the appearance on radar and the prolific wind damage, producing widespread winds of at least 58 miles per hour across an area at least 400 miles long. Last year, in late June, you may recall, we had a derecho that blasted across Missouri, Iowa, Illinois, and Indiana with 100-mile-per-hour winds, 500,000 without power, flattening entire fields of corn. Of course, power outages can be the hidden danger of derechos. Some outages in the hardest hit areas can last for days. Extended power outages paired with building summertime heat can result in dangerous hot conditions for those who rely on air conditioning during the hottest time of the year. So it's kind of the long-range forecast looking at the several weeks before us. All right, we're also keeping an eye on the tropics. Hurricane season officially kicked off the first of the month. Looks like Florida may be seeing some rains. You're going to go from drought to deluge, according to the headline for the coming week. More on that as we get the new week started here. First off, hello to Philly Dan. It's that time again. Hope everybody had a great weekend. You as well. Hello, Jacob. Good morning to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. We're at 66 degrees in Kingsport, Tennessee. Marianne, good morning, Steve, and the Overnight family. Outside yesterday myself using the weed eater. Don't you love that yard work, Marianne? Hello to Jeffrey from the Sunshine State, who simply says good morning. Jerry, good morning, everyone. Absolutely beautiful day here in Kokomo. Thank you to all the truck drivers keeping us with everything we need to survive. Please be safe out there. Good morning, Steve. Kevin says the overnight crew, the weekend needs to be longer. They go by just like that, don't they? Well, there is Cap'n Ron. Check it in on the greatest day of the week. Well, I called off tonight with an eye problem. I didn't see myself coming into work tonight. Very funny. All right. Good afternoon, Larry. Hammer down. Be safe. 65 degrees at the New York-New Jersey state line as we're headed to Hartford, Connecticut tonight. Norman checks in from north central Kansas on a clear night, 70 degrees. Went up to eastern Nebraska today, picked up an oversized soil mover. 600-mile trip on narrow 2-lane roads. But all went well. Everybody have a good morning. All right, let's see. So Captain Ron kind of expounded a little bit. He says, no, I really am having an eye problem. I suspect the retina is detaching. Whoa. I have to call the eye doctor for an appointment, an emergency appointment at 8 in the morning. I couldn't take a chance of my eye getting worse, somewhere in Georgia or something like that. I suspect the retina is tearing in my good eye. Other eye has had a torn retina for 15 years, so maybe send some prayers my way if y'all can. All right, yeah. All right, good luck there, Captain Ron. I don't know, what causes something like that? All right, Ronald says, what time is Steve Summers on? Well, you're listening in. It's the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. We're underway. Lauren Weeks, two-time world champion bull hauler, 69 degrees in Kiowa, Kansas, as we've got the powerful chrome-plated cow truck loaded at our brand-new, out-of-the-box, shiny livestock barn, Parks of Texas. In the very remote corner of the Texas Panhandle, it's definitely UFO country in that area. But live action continues, headed north at, you guessed it, Steve, a high rate of speed. Special one-night-only shout-out to Big Ed, are you with me? From Barber County, Kansas. Big Ed, I think he said he was going to stick around maybe for the first hour tonight. I guess he's kind of winding down from a long weekend. I know it was Big Ed. He was at the beauty pageant over the weekend for his niece. Once again, I believe she finished third runner-up. So can't win them all, but congratulations once again. Happy Monday, everybody. Glenn, let's all be safe this week. Just getting home from a long honeymoon, so I'm tired and ready to get back on the road. All right. Well, congratulations there on the new chapter in life, right? And there's Brain Dead. Good morning. Happy Thursday to me. Hope you had a great weekend. Clear and 69 at the Memphis International Airport tonight. Well, it's official for the next 2 weeks. The old bridge, or I-55, is closed. Oh, fun. Oh, and before I forget, Dingbat told me Wilson finally got his green card, but is throwing a fit. He wanted a MasterCard. Instead, he got a Visa. But he doesn't understand. A Visa will take you more places. Give it time, he might get a Discover card. And there's Santa Claus, top of the morning. All right, you've been hot out there, right? 82 degrees in Sacramento at this hour, he says. Tomorrow, Mrs. Claus and I will start a 5-week, 38-state and Canada trip in our Toyota Tundra, another big road trip. Wow. Last year, we did it twice in our Miata. First stop will be Portlandia. Santa Claus, over and out. All right, big trip coming up. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, roll it into a Monday. Yes, the greatest day of the week. A couple minutes from a news break here, so I know Horse Feathers had a busy weekend. What was it first? The antique truck show, and then of course the muster that took place. Looks like he's on board. Said, let's see, not the greatest day of the week, but we survived the weekend. 2 shows down. And we'll get a full report there. Daryl will check in from Fairfield. Before we get to the break, though, in some cases you can't get there from here. A large chunk of a twisting mountain pass collapsed in Wyoming over the weekend. A massive hole in the highway and severing a well-traveled commuter link between small towns in eastern Idaho and the tourist destination of Jackson, Wyoming. Aerial photos and drone video show the Teton Pass Road River with big-time cracks and a big section of the pavement totally gone. Parts of the guardrail dangling in the void there. Of course, the traffic drums marking the danger area closed. It was closed at the time of the collapse, thank goodness. The section that failed first drew attention last Thursday when a crack and a drop in the road contributed to the crash of a motorcycle there. Engineers were sent into the area that day. They noticed that crack, and the drop started to move a lot, they say, according to the spokesperson for District 3 of the Department of Transportation. A paving crew temporarily patched the road. Traffic began moving again that night. But that was short-lived as maintenance crews were sent to respond to a mudslide a couple of miles away in the pre-dawn hours on Friday, prompting the road to be closed once again. Like I said, thanks goodness. But more on that coming up here. First, we'll take care of the news break. Good to have you on board the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Gas prices fell 12 cents over the past 3 weeks to a new national average of $3.58 a gallon, 19 cents less than 7 weeks ago. Oil industry analyst Trilby Lundberg, the publisher of the Lundberg survey, says part of the reason the price has dropped is through simple rules of supply and demand.
Our demand for gasoline is shrinking, and it even shrank during the Memorial Day period. Refiners and competitors supplying us with the gasoline we need are chasing sales like crazy.
No let-up in sight for the heat wave that's been baking much of the western United States with triple-digit temperatures. The heat wave now expected to continue into next week. Forecasters saying daytime temperatures will reach their highest since last summer from parts of interior California into Oregon and the Rockies, affecting a dozen states. This is USA News.
President Biden recently released a massive $6 trillion budget, the largest budget in U.S. history. And guess who pays the bill? That's right, you, the American taxpayer. American citizens and business owners will be paying more taxes. That's a fact. And if you owe back taxes, they will be coming after you to collect payments. In fact, President Biden also hired thousands more IRS agents to go after you. If you got a letter from the IRS and you know you owe back taxes or you haven't filed in years, don't put your head in the sand. Call us today. We've saved our customers millions of tax dollars. One quick, free phone call will show you how we can reduce your past tax bill and save you thousands. Guaranteed, or you pay nothing. Call now.
800-511-6046. 800-511-6046. 800-511-6046. That's 800-511-6046.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, thank you much. And welcome back on a Monday. Buckeye Boy. Checking in from Madison, Wisconsin tonight, where it's a chilly 60 degrees compared to when I left in Georgia. I had a great time at the granddaughter's dance recital Friday. She did a great job, as did all the participants. Hoping to get delivered at the noon hour here, and maybe only have to wait a couple hours or less to get that equipment back. It's needed to move the units I deliver. Now, if the tech lets me help, we can do it in about an hour. But it'll be more work for him if I take him. Otherwise, I may have to lay over. So have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. There he is, Peppy. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners, on the greatest day of the week, the midnight hour. Somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust is the Hot Shot Secret hidden bunker. Steve's throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna. The stick shit eliminator power mic is on. 844-844-3388. That's the hotline to the show. Don't be a scarecrow. Hit those digits. Be part of the show. 61 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Beautiful night. Time to heat up that cup of joe, snuggle up to whomever or whatever, and turn up the volume. Or you can be like Big Ed. You can't find them, grind them. Are you with me? Tank is in the house. Good morning, Steve-O, and the overnight crew. Cloudy, 75 here in Memphis tonight. Getting hooked up to head out to Fontana, California. Everybody truck safe and have a blessed day. All right, hope your AC is working well in the truck. As you get out west, you're going to need it this week, Tank. Quickly, back to the road collapse. As the crews had been out there Thursday, then in the pre-dawn hours of Friday, they closed things down again. Crews noticed that the damage to the pavement had become more pronounced, and they were trying to figure out a detour around that section, and they left for the night by 5 a.m. Saturday morning. When they got back out there, the road was gone, completely gone. We were very, very lucky that no crews were harmed. This could have collapsed when they were out there trying to do that paving work on Thursday. So now engineers and geologists are doing geological assessments on the past. The Transportation Department said via social media the road catastrophically failed at milepost 12.8. No idea how long it'll take to reopen the road, which is a vital artery for people who live across the border in Idaho and work in pricey Jackson, Wyoming, which is also close to the very popular Grand Teton National Park. Now, they said an alternate route between Jackson and the area of Victor, Idaho, goes more than 60 miles out of the way, adds quite a bit to any commute, obviously. But Governor Gordon signed an executive order declaring an emergency, which his office said would help the state access additional resources from the Highway Administration. In a statement, the governor said the Transportation Department's working on a long-term solution to rebuild this critical roadway. All right, so what a headache. But, man, if somewhere in the darkness of night, that could have collapsed. That could have been, who knows, how many vehicles that just in the darkness going down the highway and just gone off to the abyss. So, yes, it could have been a whole lot worse. All right, it's 844-844-3388. So we survived the busy weekend, huh? Okay, so I think he lost his signal there. Horse feathers, try again. Daryl joins us. Good morning, Daryl.
Good morning, Steve. How's the family and how's Stryker?
All doing well, thank you so much. Had kind of a busy weekend here, but wasn't it beautiful weather-wise?
I tell you what, that Friday was the prettiest day that I've ever seen. It was just you felt alive to be out in it.
Yes, indeed, and that's when we were doing all of our yard. She had me out there trimming the bushes, cleaning out the flower beds, weed eating. I mean, just all kind of clean up the yard.
It is an annual proposition, Steve.
Yes, it is.
I identified with that man who had the retina problem. I had that in my right eye a few years ago. And you see floaters, and they're black specks floating around in your eye. If you see them, you want to get to the eye doctor ASAP. And I had to go to emergency surgery and have a gas bubble put under there, and it affected my vision in my right eye. So it's nothing to mess with, and it's caused by old age, they tell me.
Okay.
And, it happens as we age, but if you ever see black floaters, they look like little bugs floating around in your eye. You want to get to the CEI real quick. They're building 3 Wawa stations here in Fairfield. Those are $1 million operations just to clear the land. And they're building one about a mile from where I live. And then they're building one over on Sims and Route 4, which is another busy intersection. And then I heard this week that Conoco Oil Company has bought out Marathon, and they own Speedway. And I was talking to one of the Marathon station owners, and he said that 7-Eleven had bought out Speedway. And I thought 7-Eleven was a French company. Do you know who owns 7-Eleven?
I do not. No, I have no idea.
I hate to see that because Marathon's at Findlay, Ohio, and it's a Ohio company, and I hate to see that state oil company leave here.
Mm-hmm.
And it's big in Ashland, Kentucky, also.
I know that I don't think I've ever been to a Wawa location before, so those are going to be kind of new to the region, aren't they?
They are. I don't know where they're from, but they say that people go there and just hang out. It's a friendly place that I understand, and I don't know why people would go to a service station and hang out, but it must be a popular thing. They must be from out west. I don't know. I've never heard of Wawas.
Very interesting.
I'll let you go. Enjoy. And I got a Harley Davidson Sportster the other day, a 2001 model, and I put some of that Hot Shot Extreme. I figured the gas had been sitting there for a long time, and it zooms down the road.
All right. Good deal.
I'll talk to you later.
Have a great morning and a great week. Daryl, thank you for checking in. All right, we got some numbers. Thousands of trucking jobs, they tell us, were lost in the month of May as overcapacity, low rates, and high operating costs continue to plague the industry. According to the latest numbers from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, more than 5,000 trucking jobs were eliminated from the economy in May. This marks the second consecutive monthly loss, which was preceded by a 5-month growth streak. The vice president of market intelligence at Arrive Logistics tells Landline the drop in trucking jobs is to be expected, considering the low spot rates that we've seen for quite some time. Yeah, low spot rates have led to lower contract rates. Consequently, carriers are being forced to reduce their driver count. Now, April and May's job reduction could signal the start of a downward trend. Now, I'm not surprised by the May employment data, given the persistent challenge of low rates and high operating costs for carriers. This is evident in the carrier revocation data, which shows over 30,000 carriers have exited the market since the third quarter of 2022, ultimately with no significant spot rate increases expected in our forecast this year. We anticipate employment will continue trending downward. Employment levels over the next few months will be a good indication of capacity correction progress, and in turn, how far we might be from the start of the next inflationary cycle. 5 months in, trucking jobs are down by 2,000 for the year. Total employment in trucking is down by 30,000 jobs compared to a year ago. Revised numbers reveal weaker trucking growth in the month of March, with an increase of 2,400 trucking jobs compared to the initial report of 4,100, and a loss of 900 jobs in April compared to the initial decrease reported as 300. Now, the transportation sector overall, employment rose by nearly 11,000 jobs. It was broad-based. Most of the subsectors showed gains. Some of the largest gains were among support activities for transportation. Courier and messenger service up about 3,400. Air transport up 2,600. Only 2 subsectors reported job losses. Those were trucking and rail work. Some of the revised numbers, but 15 before the hour. It is 844-844-3388. Who we got on board? It says, hello.
Well, who always calls in and says hello?
Well, Big Ed, are you with me?
Yeah, I'm with you, brother. I'm with you. You know, boy, there's a lot I'd like to talk about, but the job loss you were just talking about, you know, losing drivers.
Yes.
Because of the load capacity. These companies, to make a case in point, I'm going to drive the rest of this month, and then I'm shut it down till either next March or May. I've saved up enough money that I can coast for about 7 or 8 months.
Okay.
And, you know, 'cause technically I'm retired. But I'm one of these antsy people. I don't like sitting around waiting on the grave, you know?
Yeah.
So I enjoy going out there working. So I think these trucking companies need to start, and I'm talking to my company about it, they need to start being a little more friendlier to retired truck drivers. Case in point, somebody like me, and I just wonder how many thousands of drivers are out there that's retired, that's sitting around getting fat, not doing nothing, not being productive, and feel like I do, and hey man, you know, but yet they don't want to go out there full time because of what it takes, you know, takes you away from, such as Buckeye Boy being able to go to his granddaughter's dance recital, such as me going to my niece's beauty pageants, such as somebody like Will, which I know he's still young, because it sounds like he stays busy, horse feathered, with all his various things that he likes to do on his off time. And maybe start rethinking how they hire drivers, you know, turn it into a seasonal thing, you know, the months that we know that the capacity is going to be up and running, and you're going to need drivers. Are you going to need drivers in the short term, or are you going to continue to need drivers in the long term? You see where I'm coming from with
Yes,
that?
sir. Yes, sir.
So, I don't want to talk over your head, Steve. I know you're just a desk jockey.
So being kind of like, you're semi-retired, I guess you'd say. Now, when you're in retirement, you can only make a certain amount of money before Uncle Sam starts taking it all from you, right?
Correct. If I, which, I've been working basically about a year and a half, and I did the math, and I managed my money, and I got some benefit from going back out there and been able to save a substantial amount. But at the same time, I'm going to have to pay. I'm banking, and I hope it's not that much. Probably about $20,000 back to government, and that just drives me nuts. But and I'm not going to sit there and say, because you got some pencil pusher probably listening to your show and say, "Oh, this guy's trying to screw the government." No, I'm not. I'm just trying to take advantage of the way they do business, the way they treat us taxpayers. I'm trying to take advantage of it and make it work to my benefit.
Sure.
And we've talked about it off there several times. So I feel like I've been successful. But if anything from now, starting this July, up until I actually turn of age, when I can, what they call full retirement, well, then you're allowed to make $59,000 a year. It's a whole lot more easier to manage and keep what it is you're working for out here.
Okay.
So I don't want to go in the next year having to pay. I figure I'd have to give the government 75% of my money back.
So you're just rolling down
so what's the incentive?
Yeah, you're just rolling down the highway working for Uncle Sam.
Right, and I don't have the incentive to do that. There's no incentive there. Why? Because they're taking my money and giving it to Joe Blow on the damn street, or the illegals, or whatever it is they like to do with our tax dollars. All I want to do is live comfortable. And, the way these companies are, the way the retirement structures are set up in this country, you are responsible basically for your own retirement. We went backwards, so to speak, in the way the people work for these conglomerates versus getting that old thing of working for a company for 30 years and getting a good, healthy company retirement, such as your Teamsters. It's gone. It's gone down the toilet. It's gone down the drain. Are you in agreement with that?
Yes, sir. Yep.
So you as an individual need to start rethinking, okay, when it comes my turn to retire, how am I going to retire? Am I going to retire full time? Such as our friend mechanic. He's full time retirement. Well, he comes from that old school retirement, working for a company as long as he did. But I'm younger than mechanic, so, and I've saved money over the years, and then I've had the issues, what I went through with my wife, and got a big chunk of my retirement was spent on medical things for my wife, which I never got to recover. I wasn't able to declare a disaster, so to speak, in my personal life and recover money that I had saved better than $250,000, Steve, $250,000. I never got it back. Gone. But, my wife and I both worked, so I was spending money that I had saved for her that ended up giving it to the medical establishment. You see where I'm coming from?
I sure do.
So I had to rethink. The government doesn't give me no way they gave me any way to recover any of that loss that I personally had. So I have to rethink my math and how I'm going to do things so I can have a comfortable retirement. And right now, like I say, I'm semi-retired and I'm comfortable. But at the same time, Uncle Sam, like I say, you don't give me the incentive to stay out there and work full time and contribute to the to the cause of the production of our economic well-being, because you're taking it away from me, where I can't do nothing with it, where I can't invest it. I'd rather invest my own damn money because I'm responsible for my own retirement. Now, what's my plans going after next year? Hopefully, either I'll go back to work for the company I'm working for and work 6-7 months a year, and that's it. That's all I want to do. Or I'll go find something local. Maybe it won't pay as much, and work part-time. That way I'm just not sitting around doing nothing. Because when I do shut down here at the end of the month, I'm already trying to figure out, okay, what are you going to do? What are you going to do to stay active? What are you going to do to be productive in your life? I just don't want to sit around and wait for the grave.
Mm-hmm.
But so, like I was telling my human resources, hey, y'all didn't do nothing to me. I loved the job, or I wouldn't be here. But you yourselves have got to start thinking. And they had put out word that they was looking for, giving out these recruitment bonuses. Do you need them temporarily, or you need them full time? Okay. If you're having to give out these kind of recruitment bonuses, are you having a hard time because you're competing against your other trucking companies of attracting the drivers to come over and go to work for you? Well, give me some incentive, or give them some incentive. How about reaching out to some of these retired drivers, working out a plan where they can come in if they choose. You might attract a few more of them experienced retired drivers to come out for 6 months a year and run the road. And where, a lot of the work that I'm doing, it's dedicated, and a lot of our drivers are home every weekend. And we got drivers all over the United States. They're home every weekend, and that benefits them. Where I'm kind of probably 250 miles off the beaten path from where I run my dedicated runs. So financially for me, and I'm a financially responsible driver, it don't make sense for me to come home every weekend. And coming home for 34 hours, to me, that ain't even a day off. To hell with it. I can take care of what I'm going to do here at the house out there, and say, like, last week when I was out there in Oakley, Kansas, I took off and did a 34-hour restart. And once I got that done, I was up and on the road again and halfway to my delivery point.
Mm-hmm.
So you see where I'm coming from?
Right.
So it don't make sense for me to come home every weekend, so I'll stay out 3 and 4 weeks at a time. It don't make sense from a responsible driver to look at the company's bottom line and say, because they pay me, but by the time I get back to work Tuesday, where I'm going to go pick up my load Tuesday night, I'll run 500 empty miles. Now, because I'm using their diesel, using their equipment to come home, I don't get paid for that 500 miles. All right? That's not fair to say, hey, pay me drive 500 miles just so I go home and sit on my ass. That make sense?
Yeah, sure does. Yep.
So I'm being responsible to you, the company, and I'm going to stay on out here. You scratch my back, I'm going to scratch yours. So to me, these companies need to start rethinking about who it is you're hiring, what you're hiring them for, and for how long you're hiring them for.
Right. All right, we got a pause there, Big Ed, because it's news break time. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. No let-up in sight for the heat wave that's been baking much of the western United States with triple-digit temperatures. The heat wave now expected to continue into next week. Forecasters saying daytime temperatures will reach their highest since last summer from parts of interior California into Oregon and the Rockies, affecting a dozen states. President Biden announced new executive action last week aimed at stopping illegal immigrants at the southern border from claiming asylum if crossings reach a certain level. The move follows numerous failed attempts to pass legislation dealing with the southern border, which the president has blamed Republicans for. Some Democrats, however, are slamming the move as a return to policies from the former Trump administration. DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas joins ABC News to defend the actions taken by the Biden administration.
We are doing so very much to maintain the integrity of our asylum process and disincentivize people from risking their lives to reach the very dangerous southern border in between ports of entry.
CBP sources say they apprehended around 4,000 illegal immigrants on Wednesday, the first full day after the announcement was made. Gas prices fell 12 cents over the past 3 weeks to a new national average of $3.58 a gallon, 19 cents less than 7 weeks ago, and 8 cents less than a year ago at this time. Oil industry analyst Trilby Lundberg, the publisher of the Lundberg survey, says part of the reason the price has dropped is through simple rules of supply and demand.
Our demand for gasoline is shrinking, and it even shrank during the Memorial Day period. So refiners and competitors supplying us with the gasoline we need are chasing sales like crazy.
This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
President Trump has yet to announce his pick for vice president, but there are a few candidates who people are speculating are contenders. Ohio Republican Senator J.D. Vance discusses the possibility of being the former president's choice.
We've had some conversations with the Trump team, but I've actually not spoke about the vice presidential thing with the president directly. And until I do, I sort of assume this is a lot of media speculation. As I've said, I think to you, Maria, and certainly to many others, I want to help Donald Trump get elected because it's really important that he become the next president. But I've got an important job for the people of Ohio and the United States Senate. That's what I'm focused on. And if that changes, you'll be one of the first to know.
That audio courtesy of Fox. Former President Trump is currently leading in the polls in Arizona, Florida, Nevada, and is tied with President Biden in Virginia. The NFL is showcasing more games this preseason. USA's Ryan Daniels has the details.
The NFL has scheduled 5 preseason games to be broadcast nationally. Kicking off the preseason action will be the Houston Texans and Chicago Bears in the Hall of Fame game August 1st, airing on ESPN and ABC. The following week, Fox will showcase the matchup between the New Orleans Saints and San Francisco 49ers on August 18th. The last trio of games will be televised during the final week of the preseason.
With no winner in Saturday night's Powerball jackpot, the drawing for Monday set for an estimated $221 million. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, thank you so much. Welcome back. A new week underway. Yes, here comes a Monday. All right, got a heads up from Scott. If you're rolling southbound on Interstate 75 out of Ohio and into Kentucky, southbound 75 is shut down in Erlanger. It's going to be shut for a while. There's a serious accident there. Shut down at Buttermilk. I did say the detour of using Dixie Highway is also shut down in Erlanger for train bridge painting. So I guess that's going to cause some real headaches. So for truck drivers, if you're heading that direction, I guess you could use the 275 loop to try to go around. I'm not sure how much of a backup they've got there at this point in time, but thank you for the heads up there, Scott. And back to Big Ed. Are you with me?
Boys, I'm with you. Stephen, I know that probably gets boring to people talking about economics. But we are in such a state with our economic way of life that we, the American people, live. You, the individual, have got to start questioning. And I don't want to, because I called in about something else, but you got me on this subject. In my opinion, the American economic way of life, we're maybe underneath a souped-up Ponzi scheme when you really look at all the math of it. And you know what's so crazy about us individuals out here, that's the backbone of this country that's doing the work, is if we have an economic catastrophe in our personal lives, we have no way of recovering. I had no way of going to the government and say, hey, I had a personal catastrophic economic situation in my life where I lost over almost half of my retirement that I worked my ass off for under your rules so that I could retire so I wouldn't be a deadbeat to you when I'm retired.
Mm-hmm.
I had no way of recovering it other than to start all over and go back out there and start building it back up. And then to figure out the math of what's the quickest way I can build it back up. Because in my lifetime clock, and I say this, maybe, I know it's all depends on God and my health. I might have good 6-7 years left, and that's it. Okay? To live the American dream, the luxurious retirement. All I want to do is live comfortable. Okay? But we, as an individual, don't have no way of recovering out here, where if you got a business and you have a catastrophic tornado roar through, you get all these government breaks where you can rebuild fast, if I'm understanding everything right. Why? Because you employ 5 people and your business is generating, okay, just for the sake of a number, $1 million a year.
Mm-hmm.
Now, which is more catastrophic to the economy? That one business that employs 5 people generating $1 million a year, or 100 people like me in my situation where we've lost over, every one of us went through the same thing Big Ed went through, and we've lost over $3 million to the economy, if you look at the overall math. But I know I'm probably boring people to tears. So, but anyway, that's what I could sit and talk on this subject for God, I don't know how long. But Josh Malloy, the guy that you're opening up with music.
Yeah,
I seen him this weekend. Got to sit and visit with him. Man, he is some kind of individual. Super, super, super guy. And I guess he got a new album out.
Came out Friday.
And I'll tell you what, he mentioned that he had visited with you and that you might be doing an interview with him. And I'm telling you, he is up and coming, and he is climbing the charts. I've got lucky. I know the young man personally, and got to visit with him over the weekend, and I'm sure looking forward to that. I hope you do give us a heads up when you get that all worked out.
Yeah, I asked. I said, you got to stay up late some night and call in. I mean, I know he's very, very busy.
Well, I know he's up late.
I think
he's busy. He's up late. Trust me.
I see his schedule. I think he's in Little Rock coming up, I think Thursday of this week. Then the next night he's down in somewhere in Texas the following night.
I know he's in Little Rock, and then I think he's in Fort Smith. Then he goes to Fort Worth. I know he's going to be in Fort Worth in August.
Okay.
Pretty sure he's going to be in Fort Worth in August because I was telling him once I shut down, there in July, I'm going to have enough time on my hands. Hopefully I can. He's invited me to go to one of his concerts, so told me I could be front row. Well, I noticed they do a lot of standing up. I said, Josh, I'm old. I'm going to need a chair. He said, we'll get you a chair by the stage. But I just love this guy's music. He's so down to earth, and I think that your listening audience will fall in love with him too once they really get to know him. And I just think it's great that you're playing his music, Steve. I really do. So there was a couple other things I was wanting to talk about, but you got me started on this economic thing with drivers. But I do think that the companies need to start reevaluating how they're hiring drivers. I mean, if I'm a full-time employee, Steve, and I can take this back, and I'm not going to get started on it. Okay, I pulled a load the other day at a value of $100,000. All right? based on what I had on that truck, based on the miles, based on what it cost to move that product, the company declared that $100,000 value. Each one of those items that I had in that truck had to bring in over $50. That's a substantial amount.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't bring that in, then you've lost. You see where I'm going with that? So our economy is just, it dictates. So if you're working for that company and they say, okay, we need, this is our busy season, we got to have all these employees. Are you being fair to the ones that's been there 15, 20 years? Because you got to pay these new employees benefits and everything you offer your older employees. You see where I'm coming from with that?
Right. That's where
is it fair to?
A lot of times when you've got the seniority, you don't feel like it's fair for somebody to come in and be getting nearly the same pay.
Right.
Yep.
If I've been out there driving for some of these guys that you call in, as long as they've been driving for this same company, is it fair that you're bringing in new drivers? Okay, you bring them in, but how long are you going to keep them new drivers here? And then once the marketplace starts taking a nosedive, you as a driver that's already been there, well, guess what? Your pay's going to get hit too. Not just the 100 drivers that they hired a year ago that they really probably didn't need but 50 of them guys. You see where I'm coming from? That's why I say they need to rethink about how they're hiring, how long they plan on keeping them. Okay, if you plan on trying to keep them for a long term, then do you need as many as drivers as you're trying to hire? Because then if you hire too many, then, Brain Dead, to use him for an example, in the long term, he's going to get hurt. Does that make sense?
Well, I've got another little something that might help piss you off even more, and that's the number of illegals that are being hired around the country, Ed.
Yeah, well, I'm going to hang up here, and I'm going to listen to you and get pissed before I go to bed. Thank you, Steve. I ain't had that much sleep, but what the hey? I'm retired. Thanks, Steve. I love your show, and everybody be safe out there.
All right, Big Ed, are you with me? Well, since he's talking about, a lot of people are. What was the percentage? 68%, I think, was the latest figure I saw. People live from paycheck to paycheck, right? Yeah, one $1,000 hit unexpected on individuals. They'll be out of money in a week. That's how, living on a razor-thin margin. We keep hearing that the economy is strong, especially the job market, right? At first glance, this from the New York Post over the weekend, this perspective seems to be spot on compared to the fourth quarter of 2019, right before COVID hit. The fourth quarter of 2023 shows 2.7 million more people working. Except all those gains are among immigrants. The number of immigrants working over this period is up by 2.9 million, while 183,000 fewer U.S.-born Americans are working. To put it simply, compared to 2019, all the net job growth has gone to immigrants. To be clear, employment for both groups has rebounded significantly since the depths of the COVID recession in 2020, but the number of U.S.-born workers has not returned to the level it was before the pandemic, while immigrant employment, whether legal or illegal together, has virtually blossomed. Now, how do we know this? The government collects the current population survey each month, the CPS as they call it, specifically to measure employment. It asks people where they were born and if they are U.S. citizens. Of the 2.9 million additional immigrants holding jobs, it's hard to say what share are in the country illegally. Both the Census Bureau, which collects the data, and the Bureau of Labor Statistics, which analyzes them, are clear that illegal immigrants are included in the CPS. but they don't break it down by illegal versus legal status. However, we do know that 1.7 million, or 6 out of 10, were not American citizens. The rest were naturalized U.S. citizens. Based on this and some other information in the data, it's very possible that half the net increase in jobs went to illegal immigrants. Maybe that isn't so bad, he says, because don't we need the workers? Put aside for a moment how illegal immigrant employment flouts our laws. There are enormous costs associated with illegal immigration, as New York City and other sanctuary jurisdictions are discovering right now. Most illegal immigrants have low levels of education, and people with that skill profile generally earn modest wages at best, pay relatively little, if any, taxes, and consume a lot of means-tested benefits. Low-wage U.S.-born workers also create significant costs, but they're already here, while immigrants represent new costs. It also matters whom these recent immigrants are shutting out of the job market, specifically men without a college degree. One of the most serious social problems we face as a country is the decades-long decline in labor force participation of U.S.-born men. Labor force participation, that is the share of people who either working or looking for work. The unemployment rate measures only those who have looked for a job in the past 4 weeks. Yeah, those that are not looking do not show up as unemployed. So today, the labor force participation rate in U.S.-born men without a bachelor's degree between ages 18 and 64 stands at 75.6%, still below the 76.3% rate in the fourth quarter of 2019. Both of those figures far below the 80.6% rate in 2006. Was actually 82.6% in the year 2000. If you go back in the 1960s, nearly 90% of these men were in the labor force. Now, this decline matters because the list of negative outcomes for individuals, their families, and society associated with being out of the labor force is extreme. Not working is linked with higher rates of crime and social isolation, as well as so-called deaths of despair, suicide, drug overdose, alcoholism. Reducing illegal immigration and allowing wages to rise for jobs performed by those U.S.-born without a college degree would help coax Americans back to work. Now, there are many factors other than immigration that have contributed to the decline in the labor force. Overly generous welfare and disability programs, a long-term fall-off in wages for jobs that require modest levels of education, and changing social norms, but allowing millions of immigrants into the country to fill lower-wage jobs means we have little incentive to undertake the difficult task of getting more men back into jobs.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are
At
sold.
Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by
We share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, it is getting to be the time of year. Lots of folks heading out for soon-to-be summer vacation. A lot of folks heading to beaches. Use caution. There may be sharks in them there waters. Authorities are using boats to patrol the ocean and warning swimmers about sharks over the past weekend along Florida's Gulf Coast, where a woman and 2 teenage girls were hurt in 2 separate shark attacks Friday alone. The attacks off beaches in the Florida Panhandle led authorities to temporarily close several beaches to swimmers on Friday. They did reopen on Saturday with flags warning of high hazards. Now, a scientist and director of the Center for Shark Research says, "All I can say is these incidents are very rare. It's even more rare to have 2 events in one day involving 3 people. That's astronomically low odds of that happening. But in Walton County, the sheriff's office, the fire department, a wildlife agency working to patrol the water with boats and the shoreline with vehicles, according to the South Walton Fire District. In an update on Saturday, both of Friday's attacks happened in Walton County. Please swim carefully today. Look out for your loved ones, was the statement from the fire department. Red and purple flags were being used Saturday to warn swimmers of the danger. Purple flags indicate the presence of dangerous marine life, and single red flags indicate high hazard conditions, according to the Bay County Sheriff's Office. Now, they said small fish are traveling in schools near the shore this time of year. That may have been a contributing factor to the attacks. The first attack Friday afternoon, when a woman was bitten by a shark near Water Sound Beach, according to the sheriff's office. She had critical injuries on her midsection and arm, and part of her arm had to be amputated. She was flown to a trauma center. Less than 2 hours later, firefighters responded to another beach about 4 miles east of that first attack, following multiple reports of a teenager injured by a shark. 2 teenage girls were in waist-deep water with a group of friends when they were attacked. When lifeguards and deputies arrived, They found one of the females had significant injuries to the upper leg and one hand. She was flown to a trauma center as well. The other teen had what officials described as minor injuries on one of her feet. The two teenagers were from Mountain Brook, Alabama, near Birmingham. Now, there's no way of knowing whether it was one shark or two separate sharks involved in Friday's attacks, but there are more sharks in the Gulf of Mexico than in past years, they say. There's definitely been a recovery of sharks in the Gulf after many years of overfishing. And we get a news break here.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Gas prices fell 12 cents over the past 3 weeks to a new national average of $3.58 a gallon, 19 cents less than 7 weeks ago. Oil industry analyst Trilby Lundberg, the publisher of the Lundberg survey, says part of the reason the price has dropped is through simple rules of supply and demand.
Our demand for gasoline is shrinking, and it even shrank during the Memorial Day period. Refiners and competitors supplying us with the gasoline we need are chasing sales like crazy.
No let-up in sight for the heat wave that's been baking much of the western United States with triple-digit temperatures. The heat wave now expected to continue into next week. Forecasters saying daytime temperatures will reach their highest since last summer from parts of interior California into Oregon and the Rockies, affecting a dozen states. This is USA News.
President Biden recently released a massive $6 trillion budget, the largest budget in U.S. history. And guess who pays the bill? That's right, you, the American taxpayer. American citizens and business owners will be paying more taxes. That's a fact. And if you owe back taxes, they will be coming after you to collect payments. In fact, President Biden also hired thousands more IRS agents to go after you. If you got a letter from the IRS and you know you owe back taxes or you haven't filed in years, don't put your head in the sand. Call us today. We've saved our customers millions of tax dollars. One quick, free phone call will show you how we can reduce your past tax bill and save you thousands. Guaranteed, or you pay nothing. Call now.
800-511-6046. 800-511-6046. 800-511-6046. That's 800-511-6046.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, Fast Fuel Systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Definitely early to be hearing from Steve in Columbus. But he's on board. Good morning, Steve Summers, all the listeners out there. Yes, the weekend came and went way too fast. A third or fourth day would definitely have benefited the relaxation factor, but the coffee's hot, the car is packed. Time to head in a little early this Monday morning to start removing dumpsters from the event we served downtown over the weekend. Everybody enjoy the day. Yeah, his weekend was even shorter because he was kind of working part of the weekend. All right, Knucklebuster, how was your weekend?
Doing real good, Mr. Steve Summers. How was your weekend, brother?
Had a good weekend. Beautiful weather. Working.
Working. You need to put Mama Summers out there doing that yard work there.
We were working together. It was. She was working hard too.
Well, that's a good deal. Well, Tennessee likes to mow the grass, so she's got a ride John Deere mower for that one there. So she's out there getting that tan while she's riding around on that tractor, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I can only speak for myself. When I reach 66.8, I can take full retirement. And then I can work as much as I want to after that. Now, that's according to my lawyer. And Tennessee, once I reach that point, I can work as much as I want to and draw full Social Security. But if I wait till I'm 67 years of age, I'll draw $1,000 more a month from Social Security than what I would over 66.8 and still be able to work as much as I want. A lot of people take that early retirement and figure they're going to double dip, make a little bit of money working and a little bit of Social Security to survive. It don't work that way. But everybody's situation is different there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Tennessee is 3 years younger than me. So in order for me to wait for her to get full retirement, I have to work till I'm 70, Steve. So, and once you work to 70, you can draw that extra money. And even if you don't, and I've read where people that's worked all the way up into their 90s, and still working, but you double dip at any point you want to once you reach 62 years of age. So, I don't know, to each his own there. I'll be out here working. I'm going to at least wait till I'm 70 before I start double dipping and get that extra money there, right? Well, let's get on with all this baloney here. I saw an ad on TikTok, Steve, and it had a dog dressed up as a lawyer. It was for Hound, Wolf, and Chase. The dog said, "Did your human break a tree in half and try to pass it off as a whole tree?" you may be entitled to compensation, Dave. You ever broke a treat in half and give it to your dog?
Yes, I have done that.
Yep. Yeah, well, I'm guilty of that myself, Al. I was thinking he'll just have to overlook it there. And I read this one also. Just remember, the only reason we don't have 2 felons running for president is because one was found to be mentally unfit to stand trial. Well, I told the truth on that one, didn't there?
Yeah.
I saw where he done some. He tried to copy Ronald Reagan's speech. Matter of fact, he did copy Ronald Reagan's speech over there in France at that D-Day thing. So, the man something else there. Anyway, so everybody's situation is different. Just do what's best for you. My advice is get a lawyer and keep one there because, the guy that lives on the other side of me, he's been in a wreck with 5 different truck drivers. His wife is with 3 of them, him with 2. And I was fussing about him. My lawyer told me, says, leave him alone. Said, he's the best customer I got. I'm like, you need to straighten his ass out then. You got a great show going on, brother, man. I've been having a good time listening to you. We'll call it that loneliest hour. I've been singing Miami by Keith Whitley tonight, because that's where I'm headed. And we'll call in again, try to keep each other awake there.
All righty, Knuckle Buster. Safe travels out there. Miami. Yes. And it's 844-844-3388. So we survived a busy weekend. Morning, Horse Feathers.
Morning, Your Honor. Yeah, we got through it. It's I don't know. It's kind of like the Mid-America Truck Show. You know, you kind of got to build up to it. And you finally get to it, and you know it's going to be a great thing. And it happens, and now it's over, Your Honor. And now what do we do?
Mm-hmm.
But no, had a good time there. Friday went. Well, of course, I didn't check in Friday morning for you because time I almost caught the beginning of the show because I've been up for like 18 hours that day from the time I got going Friday morning to trying to hit the hay there and everything. So anyways, I ran into a bunch of people I've been wanting to meet. Got to talk to Marty there with the OIDA trailer and reached in my pocket and pulled out a pile of good-sized handful of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive business cards and left them with Marty there in the OIDA trailer. And he said he'd prominently display them for you.
Very good.
So when people walk in and out of the trailer, and I probably didn't have as big a handful as I should have left them. So if we can get in touch with the high-up muckety-mucks there at World Headquarters there in Mount Gilead, Ohio, maybe they could get another box of business cards over there to get out there to maybe even a couple so that the OIDA people out on the road and then Marty could have a box of them there to be handing out there since they're out here generously supporting our show that you have supported them for so long. So glad to have them on board. Ran into a gentleman by the name of Wayne. I forgot his last name. I can't. Anyways, he runs there on Facebook and his webpage called Old Two Stroker, OL number 2 Strokers. So he's all into these Detroits and everything, and he's got a couple of he tries to get as many as he can, and of the old 12-cylinder Detroits, the old Buzzin' Dozens. That'll bring out some memories from the old timers. New people are saying, "What the hell is a Buzzin' Dozen?" If you ever get a chance to be around them, you'll get the experience. But I got my 8 cylinders. I got my 2 871s, so we're dealing with that right now. But anyways, great guy, great knowledge, great resource. Ran into a bunch of people that came down from New York, upstate New York there. Some of them I worked with 35 years ago. and haven't seen in well over probably 30, some of them not over 30 years now. So good to catch up old times, see people, and I don't know. So anyways, but that was my only participation with the ATHS there. I did a $15 admission because I paid a $52 a year annual membership dues, which is going to be a hard decision to do when that comes up for renewal. I'm still on the fence whether I'm going to give them another $52 or not after seeing the show there, and you know, you start counting trucks, the amount of trucks coming in, and even when I got there Friday morning, now I was just there the one day, the Friday morning, and they were talking when I rolled in at 10 o'clock in the morning, they were already planning on running out of spectator parking. So you can just imagine what gate revenue is, because if you're a non-member and show up, you got to pay $20 a head to get in. And so the gate admission to that, and when I got in, and people that I talked to that were coming in Friday morning with the trucks, they were sitting in line between 2 and 2.5 hours trying to get in off the street to get their picture taken to go find a parking spot. So you lose that much time just of your day just trying to get your truck in, and Saturday was going to be a bigger day than Friday. So I don't know what happened over there on Saturday. You know, at this point, you know, I'm just as glad that our show with the antique fire apparatus preservation got split away. We did our own location for the muster. We had over 100 trucks at the muster. We had somewhere around 60 different vendors selling all kinds of different parts, trinkets, and memorabilia for the vendor area. There were, I believe, somewhere in the neighborhood of 40 to 50 hearses and ambulances, the old Cadillacs, Pontiacs, and other types of vehicles there for the, Professional Car Society. You find one drink of water here real quick.
Right, yeah. Got a frog in
there
the throat.
There we go. All right, I had a granola bar earlier there, and a piece finally found its way down in the way to do my speaking presentation here. Make me look bad on the radio. Good thing I'm not a professional like Steve Summers there, because I'd just, you know, I'd be having my pay cut or something. So anyways, no, the Professional Car Society who joined us there, they had an excellent day. Weather was spectacular. Couldn't ask for a better weather day for Mr. Steve Summers and the AccuWeather gods. It was probably well in the mid-80s with a nice breeze, and we were at the York Central High School. They had lots of trees, there was lots of shade, and it was a real good deal there. Little band called the Emmetsville Band showed up, played a lot of music for us. So we had live entertainment, and there was a kids corner for all the kids to enjoy, and it was a good all-around day. And I actually got to meet some. Boy, I tell you, where did I go to school? Meet some people there that were actually pretty high up on the 6th degree level. I was really, you know, pleased. I got to meet these people. One of them is a gentleman by the name of Chuck Montgomery, who is the director out in Phoenix of a museum called the Hall of Flame. Instead of the Hall of Fame, it's the Hall of Flame,
okay,
such as firefighting. They have well over 100 pieces of apparatus that date back to before George Washington was born. So if you're ever out in the Phoenix area, it's supposed to be within a couple miles of the airport. Look up this Hall of Flame. It's an excellent location, museum to go through. I'm looking at it like I'm going to need 2 days there. I don't know how long anybody else will need, but I'm looking at that. They have a couple of real important pieces of equipment in there. They've actually been working on and have Rescue 4 from the FDNY. the World Trade Centers there and lost its entire crew. So they have that truck there. And on loan right now, and I'm not sure how long they have it for, they have the squad truck from the smoke jumpers, the 19 smoke jumpers that were lost out there in the west in the fire they had out there, one of the forest fires out there. So they have that on loan as well. So it's a real impressive place. This Mr. Montgomery, you could sit and talk with him for I don't know how long until the cows came home, and you still couldn't get through all the things that he knows, people he knows, his life and career as a firefighter and fire chief and what he's done. Just a spectacular man and a wealth of knowledge that just is unbelievable. And do you want to know something? We had our final closing dinner, and I'd taken the truck from the muster up to the firehouse where the ladies' auxiliary had put on the dinner. And he asked me if he could ride home in the Ward La France not home, but ride back to the hotel where he was staying there for the closing of the show. But he wanted to ride in the Ward on the way back there because he'd gotten a ride up in a personal vehicle to the dinner, and so asked me if he'd be able to ride back in the truck. So I felt pretty blessed to be able to be there and associate with somebody like that. And my wife's like, well, he's no different than any other person. He puts his pant legs on one leg at a time, puts his pants on one leg at a time. But
yes.
But it's if you just, I don't know, you feel a little higher up in society. Maybe not that way, but you just feel, the presence of somebody like that has the worldly experience of that. And I don't know where to go with it, but I was very pleased. We had an excellent show. Everything kind of came off without a hitch. I was actually getting kind of worried at 10 o'clock in the morning when I saw the size this show was getting to be, of how well it would go, and everything kind of fell into place. Talking to a couple other people, they said that a lot of these things kind of look like that in the beginning, but because so many people have been there and attended, kind of like the Mid-America, everything kind of rolls along because everybody knows how to make it go. So, it's not up to a small group to try to make the whole thing work, because actually your participants that come and enjoy the show actually help you move it along. So it was an excellent deal. I'm glad my organization was able to host it. I'm definitely looking forward to having at least 4 or 5 years before we ever think about hosting it again, and I want to go enjoy it with somebody else doing it. But it was a great thing. It was a great thing to be part of, and I hope if anybody was in the area, they had a chance. If not, keep it in your mind. The preservation does this show every year, different parts of the country. Scarecrow is going to have one out by him out there in Madison, Wisconsin. I don't think Buckeye Boy's going to lay over long enough for that.
Right.
But anyways, there's going to be one. They move them around the country. So if you get a chance to get to one of these and have any interest in the fire service or first responders at all, it's an excellent thing to go to. So, anyways, I guess with that there, we don't have a whole lot else to go on here. I will do one thing at the end. I'll ask you and let you look up. But we're running mid-60s, 66 degrees out here on the Delmarva Peninsula out here. We're trucking out here on the far east side, so we'll do this the rest of the night. And Thursday morning, finish with this. Thursday morning, there was an accident on 83 coming up out of Baltimore, just north of the Beltway after the Beltway split. And there was a tractor trailer that apparently had come to an abrupt stop. I don't know the reason why, but there was one of the commercial front-end garbage trucks, the front-loading garbage trucks, that pick up the dumpsters and dump them over the front.
All right.
Ran right into the back of it. The driver was entrapped in the vehicle. They took him almost 2 hours to get him out, and over the weekend he'd passed. So, I mean, we lost a garbage truck driver here through the, another commercial driver. As I say, I don't know the reasons, but if anybody was in the Baltimore area Thursday morning trying to get around the Beltway, they had pretty much everything shut down and blocked, and it was really hard to get around. And if that was where you were, that was the reason why. So, kind of thoughts and prayers to his family, the driver's family, and as I say, even the other one with the truck, the trailer there, I don't know the reason, so I don't know if there was any much of an update. A lot of times you get a couple days past these things, and more important news comes along, and I guess it was a good thing I wasn't in D.C. yesterday, because I might not be talking to you right now, because I might be behind bars after what went on from what I hear down there with protest and what they did to statues and stuff down there. But anyways, I'll keep my nose in the country and not be down there associating with those people. I'm assuming be the best thing for me. So other than that, we got anything else coming on, we'll check back at you later there, maybe by the loneliest hour. And actually feel pretty good. I got 3 hours of sleep before I come out here. I'm feeling pretty good. I think I'm going to go all night without needing to take a nap, Your Honor.
3 hours,
See
okay.
what you can do for me.
You're well rested, absolutely. Yeah, okay. It is 844-844-3388. All right, just a few minutes before we hit news break. Top of the hour coming up here. And the 2024 Atlantic hurricane season is underway. AccuWeather forecasters closely monitoring the Northwest Caribbean and the Gulf of Mexico for potential development this week. As the week progresses, tropical downpours tracking through the basin have the potential to produce some flooding and rough seas for an extended period of time across Florida, they're saying. There's even a chance the downpours could organize enough to become a named tropical system. Now, there's no sign of a tropical system rapidly forming and intensifying, but weak disturbances have recently caused trouble in the form of torrential downpours and flash flooding in some of the northern islands of the Caribbean. And this may come to fruition across Florida. The impacts of the surge of moisture into the western Atlantic basin will extend beyond Florida as tropical downpours will become commonplace across Central America and the greater Antilles this week. Rain capable of flash flooding, mudslides, road closures, and logistical shipping issues will have an extended presence throughout this week. The notable influx of tropical downpours is expected to march into southern Florida Tuesday, which will begin the prolonged stretch of wet, stormy weather. Initially, the rainfall may be welcomed by some, as drought conditions have steadily increased across the state through the spring months. Now, in addition to the beneficial rain, cloudy skies, wet weather will also bring an end to the record-challenging warmth that's been baking the Sunshine State in recent weeks. So while there is a beneficial side expected, the negative impacts of daily downpours will begin to outweigh the benefits. Flooding will become an increasing concern as the days progress. It's been said that all droughts end in floods, and this may be no different. Central and South Florida is currently experiencing moderate to severe drought. There are portions of Central and South Florida that's only picked up 50 to 70% of the rainfall they should year to date. According to AccuWeather, Fort Myers has collected just under 15 inches of rain since January 1, only 68% of historical average. Right now, forecasters expect tropical downpours to tally up to a whopping 8 to maybe 12 inches of rain across southwest Florida. But within that zone where the most intense rainfalls, for rainfall could approach 22 inches. All right, we'll be back following news break.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. No let-up in sight for the heat wave that's been baking much of the western United States with triple-digit temperatures. The heat wave now expected to continue into next week. Forecasters saying daytime temperatures will reach their highest since last summer from parts of interior California into Oregon and the Rockies, affecting a dozen states. President Biden announced new executive action last week aimed at stopping illegal immigrants at the southern border from claiming asylum if crossings reach a certain level. The move follows numerous failed attempts to pass legislation dealing with the southern border, which the president has blamed Republicans for. Some Democrats, however, are slamming the move as a return to policies from the former Trump administration. DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas joins ABC News to defend the actions taken by the Biden administration.
We are doing so very much to maintain the integrity of our asylum process and disincentivize people from risking their lives to reach the very dangerous southern border in between ports of entry.
CBP sources say they apprehended around 4,000 illegal immigrants on Wednesday, the first full day after the announcement was made. Gas prices fell 12 cents over the past 3 weeks to a new national average of $3.58 a gallon, 19 cents less than 7 weeks ago, and 8 cents less than a year ago at this time. Oil industry analyst Trilby Lundberg, the publisher of the Lundberg survey, says part of the reason the price has dropped is through simple rules of supply and demand.
Our demand for gasoline is shrinking, and it even shrank during the Memorial Day period. So refiners and competitors supplying us with the gasoline we need are chasing sales like crazy.
This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
President Trump has yet to announce his pick for vice president, but there are a few candidates who people are speculating are contenders. Ohio Republican Senator J.D. Vance discusses the possibility of being the former president's choice.
We've had some conversations with the Trump team, but I've actually not spoke about the vice presidential thing with the president directly. And until I do, I sort of assume this is a lot of media speculation. As I've said, I think to you, Maria, and certainly to many others, I want to help Donald Trump get elected because it's really important that he become the next president. But I've got an important job for the people of Ohio and the United States Senate. That's what I'm focused on. And if that changes, you'll be one of the first to know.
That audio courtesy of Fox. Former President Trump is currently leading in the polls in Arizona, Florida, Nevada, and is tied with President Biden in Virginia. The NFL is showcasing more games this preseason. USA's Ryan Daniels has the details.
The NFL has scheduled 5 preseason games to be broadcast nationally. Kicking off the preseason action will be the Houston Texans and Chicago Bears in the Hall of Fame game August 1st, airing on ESPN and ABC. The following week, Fox will showcase the matchup between the New Orleans Saints and San Francisco 49ers on August 18th. The last trio of games will be televised during the final week of the preseason.
With no winner in Saturday night's Powerball jackpot, the drawing for Monday set for an estimated $221 million. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Back at it here, where we leave off. It's a Monday. Welcome to the greatest day of the week. Jay checked in a bit earlier. Good morning, 54 degrees, partly cloudy, Rochester, New York. No, I did not misspell Brooklyn. Kind of a nice break. Yeah, Jay's one of those that does roll into New York on a regular basis. Oh, the thrill, right? Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Get to some of the other industry headlines. Now, we all know we have a credit score. Did you know you might have a driver score? The score reflects the safety of your driving habits, how often you slam on the brakes, or speed, or look at your phone, or drive late at night. While you can see your credit score, you'll have a harder time finding out what your driving score is. But auto insurance companies can get it, and that could affect the rate you pay. For the last 20 years, auto insurers have been trying to get people to enroll in programs commonly called usage-based insurance plans. that monitor your day-to-day driving so rates better reflect the actual risk. But privacy-minded consumers have been reluctant to sign up. So the industry has taken a different tack, getting data about how you drive from automakers or apps that you might already have on your phone. And experts say most people have no idea the insurance industry can track them this way. After the New York Times revealed that General Motors was sharing driving behavior with LexisNexis, customers filed dozens of lawsuits, and they ended their contract with the data broker, but data is still being collected from other automakers, and it is still being collected from apps. Driving behavior analysis, or telematics, as the insurance industry calls it, could be better for consumers, leading to personalized rates that are more fair. Plus, if people have to pay more for their risky driving, they may drive more cautiously, making the roads safer. But this will only happen if drivers are aware that their behavior is being monitored. According to the companies collecting and selling the data, consumers agree to share their information with the insurance industry, but the murky consent process means you may not realize that you're even opting into. Most people are put off by the idea of an insurance company riding shotgun, according to the Consumer Federation of America. The smartphone apps collecting driver data may not be obvious at first glance. One called Life 360 that's used by parents to keep track of their children. My Radar is another that offers weather forecast. Gas Buddy helps people save on fuel costs. All of these apps also have opt-in driving analysis features that rely on sensor and motion data from the phone. Yeah, you can turn on these features to get notifications if a family member crashes or suggestions for a more fuel-efficient route to work. Those features, though, are provided by an analytics company, Arity, which was founded by Allstate in 2016 and pays for access to the data. Yeah, what is not made clear when people sign up for the feature is that Arity also analyzes how risky your driving is for insurance purposes. On Gas Buddy, for instance, users can turn on a feature that rates the fuel efficiency of their drives, a feature powered by Arity. But this agreement is in small gray font under a big red button labeled Join Drives. The tiny disclosure says simply that by clicking Join Drives, you will share certain information with Arity and agree to Arity's privacy statement, which is hyperlinked. The language does not explain what Arity is or what it does. The company sells access to the driving scores of tens of millions of people. Auto insurance companies can request a person's individual driving score, which is delivered instantly, according to Allstate's website. The score looks at drivers' performance behind the wheel, including how often you brake suddenly, speed, or use their phones. According to an Arity blog post aimed at insurance markets, and can be used to target potential customers based on 10 different risk categories. Now, they share last month Kathleen Lomax, a New Jersey mother who paid $100 annually for Life 360 to track her husband and twin 18-year-old daughters, reached out to the company to ask if they were selling their data. An automated response crafted with the help of AI told her that Life 360 did share driving behavior data with Arity. No one who realizes what they're doing would consent, she said. She canceled her subscription. A spokeswoman for Life 360 wrote in an email that personally identifiable driving data for Miss Lomax and her family were never shared with an insurance company. that a Life 360 member must consent and that Arity was required to take steps with its partners to identify Life 360 as data source when it was used to generate insurance quotes. In a statement, GasBuddy said Arity provides users who choose to opt in with personalized offerings and enhanced savings. My Radar, on the other hand, did not respond to request for comment. When you shop around for auto insurance, the insurer needs to get consent to have access to the driving data collected by these apps, according to a spokeswoman for Arity. But how explicit is that request? A spokesman for CSAA, a regional insurer for AAA members that uses Arity's product in some states, said the consent to use smartphone data happened when it informed consumers we may collect third-party data and reports. That is standard language that insurers use to view a credit report. And many consumers may click past it without reading closely. Companies that create consumer reports are required by the Fair Credit Reporting Act to provide them on request, but not all the millions of people in Arity's database can get their individual driving report. Not all insurers are using Arity's driving data. The spokesman for Geico and USAA said they are collecting driving behavior only from people who downloaded a dedicated smartphone app to track how they drove. Allstate said it planned to soon offer consumers the choice to get a personalized rate based on their driving history as collected by Arity. The age of Big Brother, if you know what I mean. And Brain Dead, well, happy Friday Eve to you.
And Merry Christmas to you too, Santa. No, we tried one of those. We had an insurance company, and they said you could save money if we send you this little device that you plug into your engine's computer. Mm-hmm. And within a matter of about 48 hours on my pickup truck, I had every light going off that you could think of. Check engine light, brake light, stability light. I mean, you just name a light, it was going off. And I took it to my mechanic, and he says, take this thing and throw it back at him. Tell him take it and stick it where the sun don't shine because it's throwing your check engine lights off. I mean, that's how bad it was doing it. And they're like, oh, you can save more money. I don't care. I'm not having my engine getting screwed up and you guys not paying for it. Sorry, I don't have that kind of money laying around. I'm not like, some of these other people out here. But no, I heard you and Big Ed talking about the shortage and whatnot. And, I'm right there with Big Ed. I'm ready to retire out. I mean, yeah, I'm approaching on the 50 mark. I'm not there yet. I'm hitting it. But I've got 25 years behind this wheel, and I'm ready to get out of it. And I pray that every year that my medical card does not get renewed, because that way I've had enough. I mean, it's bad at our warehouse. These little foreigners and these little new drivers that we got coming in, they can't understand simple directions, like check-in time is 3:30 a.m. or 3 p.m., and they tell them this, and they throw a fit because it's 1 o'clock in the morning. They're demanding to get unloaded. They're demanding to get in. Okay, well, sorry, we're not doing any unloading right now. We're going to, perishable freight out. You're going to have to wait, and they can't understand it. The only thing that these companies have done, and these mega companies have done, is brainwash these people that the freight is the most important thing. These mega companies don't care about you or your family. Mm-hmm. When I got started in this industry, 25 years ago, you could call up dispatch and say, hey, my wife just had an accident. I'm 1,000 miles from home. Okay, well, we're going to get you the next load going home. Now it's, well, you know what? We have to schedule your home time for you, and you just came off of home time, and you can't take your home time for another 2 weeks. But another reason why I want to get out of this is these crappy cameras we got in here. You know, the overreach of management is why I got in this industry to begin with. And now you're going to write me up because I'm picking my nose, or I'm taking a drink of water, or I'm eating a sandwich while going down the road. At what point does this stop? A lot of us guys don't want this management, don't want this whole overreach. At what point does it stop? I mean, you see on TikTok, Facebook, whatever, you know, you pick wherever your platform is. And you see these guys going on there talking about, okay, well, this is a day in the life of, this is what I done today. And they really are exposing the behind the scenes of what it is like out here. Yeah, they are creating the shortage, but they're telling the truth to where these companies are lying. These companies are literally forcing these drivers to kill themselves. I mean, it's honestly so bad now. I've got back and hip problems right now from all the years of abuse that I've got. And quite frankly, if I do retire, I'll either go into our warehouse and go work for them, or I'll just go play yard meal driver for a while and piss them all off.
Okay.
The shortage is not going to get any what's the word I'm looking for? The shortage is never going to go away. We've been talking about two things for as long as I can remember, Steve. That's shortage and parking and shortage. We're never going to have enough drivers because all the good people are going to say, hey, you know what? I'm going to go somewhere else. I'm going to go do something else. If this is what it's like on the road, I don't want to be any part of it. There's a guy on there on TikTok that Dingbat was showing me one night, and he was showing the broker loads going out. And he's like, well, from here to here, this is a crappy load. This pays $1.68 a mile for 40,000 miles. And it's going like, you know, to 2,500 miles, $1.68 a mile. I told her, I said, I wouldn't take that freight. Then he also showed another one that paid like $3.50 a mile to go 900 miles. But it's showing the people the behind the scenes of what the industry is. Because for years and years and years, Stephen, you remember the late night commercials. Well, if you want to be a paid tourist and you want to travel the country and your first year, you'll start off at $70,000 a year, be a truck driver. What happened with that? People get in here, get suckered in. What, 1 or 2 years into it, they're bouncing to somewhere else.
Yeah, if that.
They're going to another. They're gone. You're creating more of a turnover rate in the shortage than actually putting people in trucks. These companies, the only thing they look at the driver is meat and seat. We've said that for many years. The training programs are garbage. Throw two people together in a truck, say, here, you all figure it out. The older guys don't want to be trainers like myself. But luckily here, though, you have to have several years of experience to be considered. So, but as far as like a fresh person out of school, no. And my hat's off to those guys that are our trainers that do our training these newer drivers. I just hope they're training them right, because a lot of these guys I see in the warehouse, they can't even straight back, let alone do anything else other than that. And it's scary, Steve, what we're putting out here. I remember, years ago, we didn't have nearly the traffic accidents that we have today. Am I wrong?
The numbers have indeed been going up, yes, especially since the ELD.
And
surprise.
Yeah, because these companies are literally forcing these guys to run their full 11 hours. And me and a guy one night at a truck stop, we got into it because his company told him he had to run his full 11 hours. He had to run his full 11 hours before he could stop. I said, well, don't you know the word up to? Have you not read the regulations? Because in the regulations, it says up to.
Mm-hmm.
At 10 hours, I could shut down, and I could go tell my boss to go pound sand. These companies keep saying, well, we got to have safer drivers on the road. We got to have safer drivers on the road. No, you're not having safer drivers on the road when you put a gun to their head. I'm sorry. It's really crap. And, I mean, we have all these college-educated idiots that are coming out here that are micromanaging us and forcing us to do this, do that, the other. The only thing they care about today is their freight. And I'll be so glad when I don't have to worry about running to Jonesboro or remembering that the 55 bridge is actually closed now and not trying to make that mistake. But, yeah, I mean, it's honestly, and it's getting worse. It's honestly getting worse because, you know, with a lot of these smaller companies, they're going under. They can't haul the freight like everybody else can, Steve. But, like I said, my hat's off to Big Ed. Hey, I'm right behind you, brother. Don't feel bad. So you were playing out in your flower beds all weekend, huh?
Yeah, I call my wife the butcher of Baghdad. She said, get the edger. I want to trim the bushes. So I start with a bush that's probably 7 foot tall, and I'm guessing maybe it's 3 foot tall now. I mean, that's not a trim. That's a butcher.
Well, how many skull busters did she actually bring you to do that kind of measurement?
Yeah, I was helping myself.
Oh, see, look, you got to help the princess out with the skull busters, bringing them to you. You know, you got to take care of her every now and then. But I got to get in here to the store in Jonesboro, Steve. Y'all be listening. Y'all have a good morning.
All right, thank you. All right, have a good Thursday, as you call it. What's on tap for your weekend? Yeah, it is 844-3388. Newsbreak just ahead. Philip's on board. Going to be checking in from the Sunshine. I was talking about the looking for some heavy rains coming their way. They say Southwest Florida, no stranger to tropical activity, with some neighborhoods from Punta Gorda through Naples still dealing with the cleanup from Hurricane Ian back in 2022. Now, while this rainstorm will not provide the same impacts in regard to wind gusts and storm surge, some of the rainfall totals this week could rival that of some of the powerful hurricanes that have hit the state. Now, they do tell us a zone of 4 inches or more of rain is expected to extend even further to the north and east into the Tampa Bay area, and on the Atlantic side from Miami to West Palm Beach. Impacts over the course of the week ahead will slowly spread north across Florida, expanding into the highly populated Tampa Bay area and Orlando as well. Vacationers and residents alike want to plan accordingly, as daily downpours can impact plans and potentially pose a risk to lives and property. Now, they do say, unlike many tropical disturbances that have moved in and out of Florida rather quickly, this rainstorm will have some staying power due to the stalled-out winds in the upper levels of the atmosphere. With the lack of any other storms approaching or strong jet stream winds to move this storm along, this thing's going to be able to sit and stew across the eastern and central Gulf of Mexico, just pumping rich tropical moisture into Florida for multiple days this upcoming week. So we'll get his take. I guess that'll have some impact on the crowds at places like Mickey Mouse World and elsewhere. Meanwhile, it is 844-3388. What else did we have in the mix here? Several interesting tidbits over the past week. Under industry headlines, a trucking company agreeing to settle, in this case, a religious and racial discrimination lawsuit last week to the tune of $65,000. The lawsuit filed with the Equal Opportunity Employment Commission on behalf of driver Charles Lynch, and a former truck driver for Wheeler Trucking out of Sheffield, Ohio. According to the Cleveland News, Wheeler Trucking agreed to pay Lynch $40,000 in back pay and $25,000 in damages for emotional distress after he endured racial harassment for nearly 5 years and was ultimately fired for his religious beliefs, he says. Lynch is a Middle Eastern man who is a Torah-observant Christian, a religion descending from Israelites and Hebrews. He drove for the company 2016 to 2021, said he was mocked for his beliefs and called racial slurs throughout that time. Yeah, supervisors made changes to his driving schedule in 2021, changing his shift to where he had to work on Saturdays, which he said was the Sabbath in his religion, and he could not work on the Sabbath. Supposedly, a supervisor responded, "F your religion," demanded he either work Saturdays or quit, which led to him being fired. And I guess if there was a trackable way, a paper trail of her statement of F your religion, that's all they needed to prove that was religious discrimination. So,
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Gas prices fell 12 cents over the past 3 weeks to a new national average of $3.58 a gallon, 19 cents less than 7 weeks ago. Oil industry analyst Trilby Lundberg, the publisher of the Lundberg survey, says part of the reason the price has dropped is through simple rules of supply and demand.
Our demand for gasoline is shrinking, and it even shrank during the Memorial Day period. Refiners and competitors supplying us with the gasoline we need are chasing sales like crazy.
No let-up in sight for the heat wave that's been baking much of the western United States with triple-digit temperatures. The heat wave now expected to continue into next week. Forecasters saying daytime temperatures will reach their highest since last summer from parts of interior California into Oregon and the Rockies, affecting a dozen states. This is USA News.
President Biden recently released a massive $6 trillion budget, the largest budget in U.S. history. And guess who pays the bill? That's right, you, the American taxpayer. American citizens and business owners will be paying more taxes. That's a fact. And if you owe back taxes, they will be coming after you to collect payments. In fact, President Biden also hired thousands more IRS agents to go after you. If you got a letter from the IRS and you know you owe back taxes or you haven't filed in years, don't put your head in the sand. Call us today. We've saved our customers millions of tax dollars. One quick, free phone call will show you how we can reduce your past tax bill and save you thousands. Guaranteed, or you pay nothing. Call now.
800-511-6046. 800-511-6046. 800-511-6046.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, back at it here on a Monday. And just like that, another weekend done, gone. Hello to Rubber Duck. Good morning from downtown, beautiful LaPorte, Indiana. Already stacked up with 3 loads that need to be done by Tuesday morning. Wow. How about Kyle Larson pulling out a win Sunday? Yeah, be safe, everybody. I'm going to roll back over. Let's see. Speaking of monitoring, take a look in your Motive E-Log. It snitches on you if you're going 6 miles an hour above the speed limit. It actually stores violations. Motive E-Log. Hello to Billy Lennig this Monday morning. Russell, hello Steve. Hope all's going well at the Secret Bunker. 59, clear skies, Dayton, Ohio. Since June the 6th, I've been watching Band of Brothers. I've finished that series. Then just finished watching The Pacific. They are both great series to watch. All you truckers out there, be careful and safe. Keep it between the ditches. And everybody, have a good Monday. All right. Good morning, Philip.
Hey, are you with me?
Are you with me?
Steve?
Yes, sir.
Hey, I want to say hi to Ed there. Ed, man, keep it up, bro. You're a good dude, man. First off, I want to congratulate Scotty Scheffler on winning at Jack Nicklaus's place today or this weekend in Ohio. So brought his new little one up there and won a 5th tournament this year, and he's doing really good. That's why he's number 1, and look forward to see what happens in the Open. So you're talking about them hurricanes and all that stuff. Picture this: every time we get a hurricane down here, Steve, it's between 10 and 30 inches of rain guaranteed.
Wow.
That's the average that we can get out of a hurricane or even a tropical storm. I mean, we had Tropical Storm Faye years ago, came up in here, and she dropped 20 inches of rain on Orlando, no problem. You know, so it's the water is just as much concerned as the wind is. We've seen that with Ian, and over on the West Coast you were talking about, they're still coming back from it. It was the wind and the water, but when it got up to by us close to Daytona, excuse me, it was all about the water, and we had a lot of flooding, lots and lots of flooding, and we've been dry for a few months now, and that dryness, makes the ground a little hard. It does a lot of different things down here than it does up north. We don't have dirt. We have sand down here. So, you know, it's like one of those things. And it could be pretty bad. It could be pretty bad. I mean, you know what New Orleans is, right? Steve, ain't nothing but a big bowl. Well, Tampa Bay is the same way. Tampa Bay is one of the lowest places in the world. And you definitely don't want a lot of water out there. And economically, it's going to affect us as well with slowing down the fuel. So everybody's like, how can you say that, slowing down fuel? Well, you think about it, most of our fuel from Florida comes from Texas. And what's it got to go across? It's got to go across the Gulf of Mexico to get to us. But when you got a big storm sitting out there, guess what that does? That slows the ships down. It also slows down product and everything else. They can't get into the ports because, you know, the rain and whatnot, the storm. So guess what that does to our gas prices? It rises it up because they have to find other ways of getting the gas to us. So these storms, they can be pretty ugly. I know you can hear it in my voice. I've been sick. A lot of people have been sick down here lately. Well, we've been sick because of this dryness. You know, you live in Florida, you're used to 70, 80% humidity in the air all the time. And don't, you know, that first people that come down here and visit on vacation, I hate this place because it's so damp. Well, with us, we get used to living in it. And guess what? You take it away to where you only have 40 to 50% humidity. Then you start getting your allergies. You start getting all this other stuff going on top of it. And then you sound like I do right now. So there's a lot to it. I mean, I want to see the rain. Don't get me wrong. I love to see the rain right now because I'm telling you what, Steve, I really need to wash this stuff out because it's bad. And I think it'll make us a lot better. But in other hindsights, I don't want to see the stuff like I seen with Ian, you know, where it took 6 months to get to somebody's house. You know, there's something I want you to pay attention to. Steve, you ever heard of the St. Johns River?
Absolutely.
Okay, so if the St. Johns River, it flows north. It doesn't flow south. So when the water hits South Florida or Southwest Florida, it's in the St. Johns River. Guess where it comes to about 2 days after it hits? It comes up to by where I'm at, by Sanford, Florida, and by Lake Harney, and like all these different places up there. It goes in there, it flows north, and then it goes up into towards Jacksonville. Well, when that water gets deep down south, guess where it goes? It goes up north, and it gets us deep. And it's got to go somewhere. And the St. John's area, close to where I live at, not too far, it goes everywhere. I mean, it'll flood out entire towns. You know, I mean, we've seen that with Ian. I mean, Route 46 from Sanford over to the East Coast there, that was shut down for a better part of 2 months for the water to go down from the St. Johns River. So that's something you might want to watch if you're going to look at things. I want to talk a little bit about the border deal. Steve, do you watch 60 Minutes?
I have not seen it in quite some time.
Well, I don't know if it was a rerun last night. I just saw a snip. I only watched 60 Minutes for this one thing, and it was about the border. And they had Governor Greg Abbott on there, and he was talking about, you know, the border situation and all the laws that have been enacted and all the stuff that's going on. And it seemed like to me about this whole article and this whole thing that they did was about the cartels and what the cartels are doing around Eagle Pass. And that's the way he's made it sound like the cartels are the ones that are pumping these people in for the money and going on to the next thing. They're getting away from doing the drug thing. I mean, they're still doing it, but they're getting more into the immigrants that are coming from Venezuela, El Salvador, and all these other places, and they're pumping them in through that way. And he was talking a little bit about that. Now, they had a guy on there, his name was Raul Ortiz, who was he was the head over the Border Patrol. And he was talking about how everything interacts between the government and the state of Texas. And that's the biggest problem that they have. The government and the state of Texas are not on the same plan. And if they were on the same plan and going for the same goal, then it would be cleaned up.
Mm-hmm.
And have you ever heard anything like that before? I've known a lot about this. We've heard about it, but have you heard any kind of stories about this kind of situation with the cartels?
My understanding is they say the cartels are literally running the border.
Pretty much. They showed one area by Eagle Pass. It's a park, and I can't think of the name of it. But there's concertina wire everywhere. And there's all kinds of clothes in this park. It looks kind of like basically like a dump. And what happens is they come across the Rio Grande, they climb underneath the concertina wire, they take and change their clothes out, and then they go into America and they leave all their stuff behind. And I mean, it just looks like a dump. Mm-hmm. This park does, of all these clothes and all this stuff that they've carried across. And they showed it. And they showed people coming across, and they asked them, where are you from? I'm from El Salvador. I'm from Venezuela. I'm from, you would think, immigrants, Mexico. Everybody thinks Mexico, because they're coming out of Mexico. No, it's not that. They're coming from everywhere else. And they're paying these cartels to get them up there. And talking about weather, it's been 120 degrees in Mexico for the last 2 months over there. You talk about us not having a drought. They're even worse than we are right now. So can you imagine these folks, Steve, coming across the 120 degree weather and dealing with all that stuff? That's some crazy stuff. So, but that's all I got today, buddy. I appreciate your time, and thanks for having me.
All right. There was one other thing I was kind of thinking along the lines of, with all this rain coming to Florida, and we've talked a lot last week about the insurance rates. The insurance rates, auto insurance, homeowners insurance going up all over the country. Because of things like these natural disasters, the flooding, when you have a hurricane scenario, a tropical storm, but all these Florida residents, where do you park your vehicle? Because I would suspect if they do get the rains they're talking about later this week, there's going to be another scenario where hundreds or thousands of cars will be partially submerged in water, flooded out. Where do you? I mean, there aren't a lot of places you can go to find higher ground in Florida, right? And he mentioned the Tampa Bay area, much like New Orleans. It'll be interesting to see. It's 844-844-3388. Plenty of room for you here on a Monday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today. Attention, owner-operators and small fleets. Don't take chances with your future. Trust the trucking experts at 10-4 Truck Insurance for your insurance needs. Enjoy peace of mind knowing your livelihood is in safe hands. Protect your rig and your sanity. Give 10-4 Truck Insurance a call at 866-666-6856 or cruise over to 104ins.com.
Yeah, Philip brought up the cartels running the border. I don't know if you caught it last week, where Texas Governor Abbott launched a new program to locate and arrest the 10 most wanted fugitive immigrants in the state. Created in partnership with the Texas Department of Public Safety. His office also released a photo list of the offenders entitled Texas 10 Most Wanted Criminal Illegal Immigrants List. When Joe Biden took office, he dismantled every effective border policy his predecessor had put in place, says Abbott. As a result, we've seen record high levels of illegal immigration, including dangerous criminals and terrorists who are a threat to the public safety of our state and our nation. These illegal immigrants will now be spotlighted on our 10 most wanted criminal illegal immigrants list. Texas is a law and order state. And with the help of our fellow Texans, we will ensure that the illegal immigrants on this list are taken off the streets and put behind bars to keep our communities safe. Texas will continue to take unprecedented action to protect Texans and our state from President Biden's border crisis. Yeah, people can call in tips. They had a toll-free tip line set up for a cash reward. 800-252-TIPS. Now, according to the DPS, a majority of these fugitives are wanted for sexually related crimes. In the meanwhile, it is 844-844-3388. Good morning, pup. Yeah, let me click the mouse there. There he is. Hello, pup.
Hi. How you doing there, big buddy?
Doing well. What's happening?
Mama got calluses on your hands from working all weekend?
Yeah, cuts and scratches, all that fun stuff.
I hear you. I was working my gardens this weekend and all that business and stuff, but the reason that I called in, Steve, I was just sitting back listening, but our company has went with this Samsara or Samsari, I can't. But anyway, we are, like that one email that you read. If we go like 6 miles an hour over the speed limit, it says, please slow down. And you got to stay under that amount. And if you get dinged too many times, then the safety department's calling you. I'll tell you what, Steve, if I had to do it all over again, if I was starting brand new right now, I know it's great money and stuff, but reason I got into this job was I wasn't micromanaged, and I just did it, and it was a great paycheck and stuff. But these younger guys, I don't it anymore. It's a paycheck. It's not a lifestyle like it used to be, Steve. It's sad. And with the ELD, now the ELDs aren't too bad with the LTL business, like when you're going through terminal to terminal. But an over-the-road driver, I wouldn't even want to put up with it. And these factories anymore are paying pretty decent money that you could make a living off of and stuff. And they're shooting themselves in the foot with all this other business. But I mean, I've been driving for 35 years, and it's nothing like it used to be, Steve. Like when your dad was in the business and you were in the business, and it's just nothing like that. So
a lot has changed.
But anyway, yeah. So other than that, I didn't have anything else to say. I just hope everybody has a safe night, and you have a good night, and I'll be kicked back listening.
All right.
My skull buster.
Thank you. Thank you, Pop. Have a good morning. Thanks for chiming in. There you go. It's 844-844-3388. So late last week, the United States Department of State issuing a warning to all Americans who are traveling abroad. Be cautious. This due to rising tensions in many parts of the world, as well as the anti-American sentiment. The heightened sense of security is unusual because warnings typically are given for specific areas or regions and not worldwide. I don't know that I've ever seen the nature of that. There are currently wars, as we know, Ukraine and Gaza, terrorist attacks in the Middle East, protests on college campuses in the U.S. In addition, Haiti and other countries are facing instability. The alert also mentions potential violence against the LGBT community. June is Pride Month, and there are numerous parades and events set to take place. Vigilance is needed and caution should be taken as officials are concerned foreign terrorist organizations will try to disrupt events. The State Department is also asking travelers to enroll in what is called STEP, the Smart Traveler Enrollment Program, to receive real-time information and alerts. We are aware of the increased potential for foreign terrorist organizations inspired violence against LGBT persons and events, and advise U.S. citizens overseas to exercise increased caution, said the warning. Pretty much all around the globe. Okay, so we've got right now almost, they kind of are invoking reminiscence of the Cuban Missile Crisis. Russian President Vladimir Putin is aiming to invoke the historical memory of the Cuban Missile Crisis, moving nuclear-capable warships into the waters of the Caribbean. Earlier last week, it was revealed Moscow would be sending several Russian ships and support vessels into the Caribbean for military exercise. And, of course, they're scheduled to arrive in Cuba early this week sometime, expected to make a port call in Havana sometime between Wednesday the 12th and the 17th before heading south to Venezuela later this month. The Institute for the Study of War, the U.S. think tank, quoted the Russian Ministry of Defense, which stated the objective of the naval exercise is to ensure a Russian naval presence in operationally important areas of the far ocean, as he put it. Having Russian ships so close to the U.S. during a time of heightened global tension does have some observers drawing parallels to the Cuban Missile Crisis. We'll be right back.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. No let-up in sight for the heat wave that's been baking much of the western United States with triple-digit temperatures. The heat wave now expected to continue into next week. Forecasters saying daytime temperatures will reach their highest since last summer from parts of interior California into Oregon and the Rockies, affecting a dozen states. President Biden announced new executive action last week aimed at stopping illegal immigrants at the southern border from claiming asylum if crossings reach a certain level. The move follows numerous failed attempts to pass legislation dealing with the southern border, which the president has blamed Republicans for. Some Democrats, however, are slamming the move as a return to policies from the former Trump administration. DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas joins ABC News to defend the actions taken by the Biden administration.
We are doing so very much to maintain the integrity of our asylum process and disincentivize people from risking their lives to reach the very dangerous southern border in between ports of entry.
CBP sources say they apprehended around 4,000 illegal immigrants on Wednesday, the first full day after the announcement was made. Gas prices fell 12 cents over the past 3 weeks to a new national average of $3.58 a gallon, 19 cents less than 7 weeks ago, and 8 cents less than a year ago at this time. Oil industry analyst Trilby Lundberg, the publisher of the Lundberg survey, says part of the reason the price has dropped is through simple rules of supply and demand.
Our demand for gasoline is shrinking, and it even shrank during the Memorial Day period. So refiners and competitors supplying us with the gasoline we need are chasing sales like crazy.
This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each Pure Ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
President Trump has yet to announce his pick for vice president, but there are a few candidates who people are speculating are contenders. Ohio Republican Senator J.D. Vance discusses the possibility of being the former president's choice.
We've had some conversations with the Trump team, but I've actually not spoke about the vice presidential thing with the president directly. And until I do, I sort of assume this is a lot of media speculation. As I've said, I think to you, Maria, and certainly to many others, I want to help Donald Trump get elected because it's really important that he become the next president. But I've got an important job for the people of Ohio and the United States Senate. That's what I'm focused on. And if that changes, you'll be one of the first to know.
That audio courtesy of Fox. Former President Trump is currently leading in the polls in Arizona, Florida, Nevada, and is tied with President Biden in Virginia. The NFL is showcasing more games this preseason. USA's Ryan Daniels has the details.
The NFL has scheduled 5 preseason games to be broadcast nationally. Kicking off the preseason action will be the Houston Texans and Chicago Bears in the Hall of Fame game August 1st, airing on ESPN and ABC. The following week, Fox will showcase the matchup between the New Orleans Saints and San Francisco 49ers on August 18th. The last trio of games will be televised during the final week of the preseason.
With no winner in Saturday night's Powerball jackpot, the drawing for Monday set for an estimated $221 million. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Just like that. For our friends on the West Coast, well, welcome into a Monday as we cross up at the midnight hour. Other industry headlines. It was a dangerous scenario. Commercial vehicles were spotted crossing a bridge in Pennsylvania as an alternate route during a closure that occurred last week, despite the weight limit technically banning use by large vehicles. Serious crash occurred on Route 30 near Columbia, Pennsylvania, forcing the closure of Route 30. Traffic was then diverted onto the Columbia-Wrightsville Bridge as an alternate route. But a weight limit was placed on that bridge after an inspection by PennDOT last year. A 10-ton weight limit was placed on the bridge until it gets a renovation in 2027. But tractor trailers were spotted using the bridge anyway because very few alternatives exist for them when Route 30 is closed. One member of the Borough Council spoke to WGAL, said, yes, there were trucks across that bridge during the thing. This is what happens. This is what happens when there's no alternatives, he said. Every time there's a crash on Route 30, it becomes a snarled mess here. That weight restriction, though, is to prevent further degradation of the bridge. Now, they said we're inspecting the hot spots we identified last year, areas of concern, inspecting them on a regular basis, and the structure itself every 6 months. Now, they say PennDOT is working on congestion improvement on Route 30 to help facilitate the flow of traffic when the bridge is shut down to motorists during construction. Now, the current detour in place for commercial vehicles would take truckers north to Interstate 83 or south to the Norman Woodbridge, but not supposed to be crossing the other bridge, because you might find yourself, I guess, in the drink. Meanwhile, a Chicago man facing multiple federal charges related to stealing $9.5 million worth of items, including liquor and commercial-grade copper from interstate shipments. 39-year-old Avarius Zigmantas was arrested last week, charged with 6 counts of wire fraud, 5 counts of bank fraud, 2 counts of theft of interstate shipments, according to the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Northern District of Illinois. He's described as a Lithuanian national living in the Elk Grove village. A cargo theft scheme orchestrated by Zigmantas took place between March of 2020 and September of last year. Some of the goods stolen as part of the scheme included copper rod, copper cathode, and liquor. According to the 22-page indictment, Zigmantas created several false identities and represented himself as an employee of both real and fictitious motor carriers and brokers to induce shippers to release loads to him or his associates. Some of the fake carriers created as part of the scheme included Best Global Express, Matto Trans, Martin Global, JRO Global. There's a bunch of VD Transco, SMD Transco, and DMFL Express. He apparently obtained U.S. DOT and MC numbers for these fictitious carriers. He's also accused of falsely identifying himself as a representative of several real trucking companies and submitted bids to transport loads on their behalf. Zigmantas also created several fictitious brokers, including Best Global Express, Total Freight Broker, AB Broker, and others, and obtained U.S. DOT and MC numbers for these companies. By offering contracts and submitting bids to transport loads, Zigmantas reportedly fraudulently induced other individuals and entities to release shipments of goods to him and his associates. The shipments would then be diverted, obviously, from their intended destinations, loaded onto a different truck, then transported to a warehouse or other location. They also accused him of engaging in a check fraud scheme under several different false names. So one individual, $9.5 million. There's the cargo fraud we've been talking about a lot as of late out there. Be cautious of the brokers you use. Do your research. Eagle checks in here on a Monday. What's happening out there, Eagle?
Yeah, I'm out here on the road tonight. Yeah, I didn't get the first part of the radio show. Yeah, I don't know if you did a weather report, man. I'm away up here in Wisconsin, up here by Green Bay. I wasn't expecting this, man. It's damn near in the 40s and 50s. Tonight I just walked to the truck stop.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot different. Yeah, it's a lot different from being down south where I was at. Yeah, last week where it's 100 degrees. You gotta wear a jacket. Yeah, a jacket or either a coat right now. You get out of your truck this time of night, it's a big time difference. But it's a good difference though. At least it's not hot as hell like it is in Texas and in Louisiana right now. So that's one good thing. Yeah, because it's definitely hot down south. Yeah, I don't even have to run my air conditioner in my truck tonight. I got the truck shut off right now, so that's good. Yeah, save fuel. But yeah, Steve, got a couple of things to talk about before I get to Biden situation. But yeah, NASCAR race. I watched that today. Speaking of that, Steve, like I said, these truck stops now, especially on the weekends now, it's really almost, unless you got an extra long run or something where you can, where you got to be like, 1,500 or 2,000 miles or something before Monday, it's really not even worth being out on the road anymore because all these businesses are closed on Saturday and Sunday. You got trucks sitting in the truck stop. I've been at the truck stop all day. I watched the NASCAR race, but a lot of these businesses they act like truck drivers don't work on the weekends. I know they don't want to pay people, to work on weekends, but this is getting to be ridiculous. If you don't, it's putting a lot of pressure on the driver. If you don't deliver the load by Friday at 5, 6, 7 o'clock at night, you basically out of luck for the whole weekend. If you miss that Friday appointment, more than likely you're gonna have to wait until Monday, and you might be stuck in a truck stop for 2 days. Most companies not gonna pay you no layover or nothing for sitting those 2 days. So it's putting some of these businesses, it can at least be open on Saturday. I can understand Sunday, wanting to be with your family or whatever, but this is getting to be ridiculous. Even the truck dealerships are closed. They act like a damn truck don't break down. If you break down on the weekend, Steve, if you break down on a Friday afternoon or Friday night, your truck, they're not even gonna look at your truck until Monday morning if you're lucky. That truck gonna sit in the parking lot for 2 days, Saturday and Sunday, with no mechanics and nothing. They don't even let these guys work on the weekends. So it's getting to be more and more ridiculous out here on the road now in terms of trucking on the weekends. It's getting to be ridiculous what's going on. But, getting back to the NASCAR aspect of it, I watched the race today since I ended up being stuck in the truck stop all day until tomorrow. It was a pretty decent race. Kyle Larson, he proved once again that he's probably the best all-around driver in car racing. He races everything. It looked like he had a 4 or 5 second deficit with like about 10 or 12 laps to go, and he just slowly but surely ran down the top 2 cars and drove right by him, and went on to win the race in California, proving once again that he got some of the best car to drive, and he got probably one of the most talented. He probably took over for Kyle Busch in terms of most talented driver in NASCAR. So looking real good for Kyle Busch. Kyle Larson, he's already won 3 races this year, and probably it's only half of the season, so they'll tell you how many wins he'll have by the end of the season. But if they try not to show the crowd, but not again, Steve, NASCAR is losing a lot of fans with a lot of the things they're doing. The stands were not full today in Sonoma, California. They tried not to show stands, but you could clearly see them on some of the local parts of the track when they were making turns and stuff. You could see the stands, and they damn sure wasn't full. So NASCAR, if they want to stay in business, they better start doing better than what they're doing, or they're gonna be out of business like a lot of other people, unfortunately. Now, getting to Donald Trump and Biden, Steve. Donald Trump did a rally again today. He was in Las Vegas, Nevada. I looked at that rally, and you could clearly see he didn't say that he was under the gag order like he did a couple of 2 Fridays ago, but you can clearly see that Donald Trump is under a gag order compared to his rallies that he used to have when he used to raise hell about the judges and the judges, what they're doing to him. He didn't even mention his case in New York. He didn't mention the case in Georgia, none of them, because he's been told that he can't say anything. It's really a damn shame. But he did focus on Joe Biden a lot, and this bogus, and I do mean bogus, border thing he got going on. But before I talk about that, let's talk about good old Ukraine again, Steve. It seems like Ukraine is still at the top of the list of Joe Biden's priorities. Unfortunately, I think can you believe that, Steve? He had the nerve to apologize to the Ukrainian president for the delay of more money going to his war fund. Did you hear about that?
I missed that. Did that take place over the weekend or what?
Yeah, that took place over the weekend after the D-Day event. I forgot how much money. I think he just gave him another boatload of money to fight this war against Russia. Another money without getting authority, without even going through the proper deal. Joe Biden acts like this is his damn money, Steve. They keep bringing up the fact that Donald Trump. You hear these Whoopi Goldbergs and these people if you're talking about Trump as a dictator, Joe Biden is the one that's a dictator. You look at the way he's running this show in the United States. He doesn't ask for he doesn't ask for permission before he sends money to Ukraine. He just does it, and anybody don't like it too damn bad. If Donald Trump did something like that, the Democrat be raising all kind of hell if Donald Trump was giving Ukraine that kind of money, turning it around the other way, and see how they be raising hell. Talking about we got problems in the United States. What the hell is he doing giving money to Ukraine? That's exactly what. But since Biden is doing this, he's just helping people that need help. Now, before I get to Trump, I want to say something about Vladimir Putin and his situation. Listen, Steve, I keep saying about Donald Trump and all these other things. You think Donald Trump would allow Russia to send 4 ships and a submarine over to Cuba just off the U.S., close to the U.S. coast, as a threat to the United States? If he was in the White House, I don't think so. And the reason why I know he wouldn't do it is because Vladimir Putin didn't do it when he was in the White House, just in case anybody seemed to think that Trump would allow them to get away, because he wouldn't. But like I said, they have no respect, and they have nothing. They're not even scared of Joe Biden. Just like Trump said today, and I told you that last week, Joe Biden and the USA, because we live here, we're the laughing stock of the whole damn world, Steve. When they see Joe Biden walking across that stage at that D-Day event in France, everybody's laughing at him. Every country, every so-called nuclear power is laughing. So that's exactly why Russia sending those ships. As you said, they set to arrive Wednesday or so. And Vladimir Putin, he didn't even ask for permission. He's just doing what the hell they want to do, because he know damn well Joe Biden is not capable, nor is he mentally capable of doing a damn thing about it. Now, let me say this about Trump right quick, Steve. Donald Trump and his situation with this judge, I don't know if it was some bogus information. It looked like it's more and more bogus. I don't know if it's somebody who got it started on TikTok or whatever. I'm still trying. Trump didn't say nothing about it, and I haven't really heard none of the news people say. There was some information that leaked out. They saying that one of the jurors told somebody in his family before the guilty version came out that Friday. I think it was Thursday. He sent out a tweet, or he sent something on the internet telling a family member something about basically saying that Donald Trump will be found guilty. Now, that's supposed to be called interference by a juror. A juror is not supposed to make contact. Now, I don't know if this is true. It don't look like it's true. But if that is true, there should be a mistrial in this case. But it's looking more and more like it was just a rumor that got started on the internet. Maybe you could check up on that and find out if that's true, that a juror notified somebody that there was going to be a guilty version before Friday. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right. I had not touched on that at this point, but yes, I actually shared a link because it was kind of like the breaking news. I don't know. Was that like Friday evening? I believe it was Friday. Yeah, that actually, I think Judge Merchan, the judge, is the one that actually kind of brought it to the media's attention, which almost immediately made it sound like it was believable. I don't know that they've definitively pinned down whether it's. Here's what we know. Let me go ahead and. Donald Trump has signaled he would seek a mistrial after the judge, Merchan, that oversaw his hush money trial, alerted his lawyers to an online post by someone claiming to have had advance knowledge of the jury's verdict, right? Justice Juan Merchan, who presided over the case, informed prosecutors and Trump's lawyers on Friday about the existence of a post on the court's Facebook page written by someone who claimed to be a relative of a juror. The court has since become aware of a comment left on its Facebook page, said Justice Merchan in the letter on Friday. I think Merchan was actually notified by the New York State Supreme Court about this. Now, Michael Anderson is the individual here. In response to something unrelated, the court had posted on May the 29th, where he said, quote, "My cousin is a juror and says Trump is getting convicted. Thank you, folks, for all your hard work." Of course, the following day, Trump indeed was found guilty, 34 counts of falsifying business records, in a unanimous jury verdict. Mistrial was the one word Trump wrote on his Truth Social platform shortly after his team and the prosecution received that letter from Judge Merchan. Now, of course, Trump is subject still to the gag order, which bars him from attacking the jury or witnesses in the case, which is probably why he did not say anything more than just that one word. Now, he complained about the order during his trial, the gag order, and his lawyers are attempting to have it lifted at this point, but that's being opposed by the prosecutors in the Manhattan District Attorney's Office. But screenshots posted online of Mr. Anderson's Facebook account show supposedly this guy refers to himself as a professional shish kebab poster, if you know what I mean. Similar to that of a troll. Yeah, refers to someone who deliberately makes provocative claims online, that sort of thing. So, yeah, the person behind the account is also, they say, an active member of a Facebook group for Trump supporters. Both the comment and the account have since been deleted, meaning the Telegraph has not been able to independently verify either claim. Now, a veteran New York defense lawyer tells the Telegraph that Trump's legal team could ask the judge to push back his sentencing hearing to investigate the claim. She said, "If I were the lawyer, I would send my investigator to the commentator. Then I would evaluate the credibility of the commentator and then try to find the juror. I would interview the juror, try and get an affidavit from the juror, and then file the motion for a new trial. Then I would check, if at all possible, if any other juror had commented directly or indirectly about my client or his trial." Now, Trump supporters, quick to leap on the news. Marjorie Taylor Greene said, if true, again, she did say, if true, this is further proof President Trump never had a chance of being innocent. It's a sham trial from the beginning. The guilty verdict came down from the deep state and the big guy. Mike Lee, the Republican senator from Utah, said, mistrial fodder. Justice Merchan did not state in his letter whether Mr. Anderson's claim was being investigated or whether officials suspect any wrongdoing. Now, a legal analyst with CNN suggested Justice Merchan was simply being extra careful, and there's a long way through between this and any impact on the case. While the Facebook post is being treated with skepticism by most sections of the U.S. media, Trump's legal team could indeed push for an investigation. The former president could demand that the judge, Justice Merchan, question the jurors individually to establish whether they were swayed by outside influence or violated his order not to discuss deliberations outside the jury room. This could potentially push back the date of the sentencing, which at this point is still scheduled for July the 11th.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Gas prices fell 12 cents over the past 3 weeks to a new national average of $3.58 a gallon, 19 cents less than 7 weeks ago. Oil industry analyst Trilby Lundberg, the publisher of the Lundberg survey, says part of the reason the price has dropped is through simple rules of supply and demand.
Our demand for gasoline is shrinking, and it even shrank during the Memorial Day period. Refiners and competitors supplying us with the gasoline we need are chasing sales like crazy.
No let-up in sight for the heat wave that's been baking much of the western United States with triple-digit temperatures. The heat wave now expected to continue into next week. Forecasters saying daytime temperatures will reach their highest since last summer from parts of interior California into Oregon and the Rockies, affecting a dozen states. This is USA News.
President Biden recently released a massive $6 trillion budget, the largest budget in U.S. history. And guess who pays the bill? That's right, you, the American taxpayer. American citizens and business owners will be paying more taxes. That's a fact. And if you owe back taxes, they will be coming after you to collect payments. In fact, President Biden also hired thousands more IRS agents to go after you. If you got a letter from the IRS and you know you owe back taxes or you haven't filed in years, don't put your head in the sand. Call us today. We've saved our customers millions of tax dollars. One quick, free phone call will show you how we can reduce your past tax bill and save you thousands. Guaranteed, or you pay nothing. Call now.
800-511-6046. 800-511-6046. 800-511-6046. That's 800-511-6046.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, Fast Fuel Systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Okay, so back at it here at 844-844-3388. The story I shared before the break from the Telegraph, Fox News, this is the way they're kind of explaining things. Now, the judge he's now kind of facing some scrutiny for risking the credibility of his own jury after he sent that letter on Friday, implying one of the jurors maybe discussed the guilty verdict with family members prior to the conclusion of the trial. Now, when someone on Facebook called out the illegality of a juror discussing a case before a verdict's reached, that's when the user Michael Anderson posted that he and his cousin now are married. This is the guy that's supposedly the shish kebab poster. Now, Fox News, they say, also has not verified the claims made in the comment or the identity of the user who published the post. But the claim made in the comments has, they say, a relatively small chance of being genuine. Jonathan Turley is the legal expert and Fox News contributor who said, quote, "As I said, when this story first broke, I remained skeptical. Now, accordingly, I was surprised by the court's response before even the most rudimentary inquiry on that post." He said, "All of our sites, from Facebook to blogs, are subject to constant trolls, bots, certifiably insane posters." And I said, the odds that such a posting is a genuine account of a juror in this day and age is relatively small. You'd have a higher likelihood of finding the key to the Dead Sea Scrolls on the graffiti left on the courthouse. Now, this doesn't mean it should not be investigated, but the mere appearance of such a posting is hardly cause for an all-hands-on-deck call from the court. Jurors were under strict orders from the judge not to discuss the case with anyone while the trial was ongoing. The comment, according to Mershon's letter, came in response to a routine UCS notice posted on the 29th regarding oral arguments in the 4th Department of the Appellate Division unrelated to this proceeding. The Facebook profile for Michael Anderson has very little publicly available information, but the user identifies as a, quote, transabled and professional shish kebab poster. A Trump campaign official told Fox Digital Friday evening that they were investigating the matter. Other legal experts also weighed in on the importance of maintaining the integrity of the jury process, though. These are the type of things that result in mistrials. According to the Mountain States Legal Foundation attorney, this doesn't need to be about politics. It can be about justice. Yeah, the allegations against the juror, if they were true, would indeed throw the whole verdict into question, he said. So I'm assuming they're out there digitally trying to track down who is this supposed shish kebab poster. So we'll give you more as it becomes available. In the meantime, it's 844-844-3388. On a Monday, what's going on, Pappy?
Happy. Greatest day of the week.
Yeah, so they say.
Oh, man. Yes, sir. Yeah, who knows about this, Steve? I don't know. Doesn't matter, I guess, who sent it or what political party they're with, if any. If, in fact, it was sent, the question is it true or not?
Correct.
That'd be the big question. So, who knows? I wouldn't put it past anybody from either side to make up some shish kebab.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Happens every day, yeah.
We can take that. Yeah, we can take that with a grain of salt. But one thing, though, for sure is, Steve, I don't know if you heard about this. I think it's the Epic Times. You heard of that?
Mm-hmm.
Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Supposedly, they are big Trump supporters and donate a lot of money to the Trump campaign. And supposedly, one of their top CEOs was arrested and charged with money laundering. So, some of the things I'm hearing is that this case is like, God, I don't know the right word. Maybe weak as hell. That sounds like this is more of an attempt to go after Trump supporters, shall we say? So I don't know. We have to keep an eye on this.
Yeah, that came. It was the chief. It was the chief financial officer for the Epic Times. I mean, supposedly like $67 million. Laundered supposedly a years long scheme. It said.
Yeah. So, hey, if it's true, sorry about his luck. If they're trying to trump up some charges on him, though. And here's the problem, Steve. We don't trust the daggone government. We don't trust the DOJ. We don't trust the FBI. That's the problem here. You know, when you hear stuff like this, you don't put it past them to do anything. So, we'll see what comes of it. But, Steve, I think he's up to $400 million in campaign donations. Did you hear that?
I had not. So the money's still pouring in.
Yeah.
Post verdict.
Money still pouring in, man. Still pouring in. Another person they're trying to shut down is Alex Jones. Saw that.
Yep.
The InfoWars.
Yep.
They are trying to shut him down. Well, I don't know if they're trying. I think they're going to do it. So we'll see what happens with that. So I don't know. But anywho, Reds lost today. It was a pretty good game, but they lost. Did you see Saturday's game? That was another good one. They won. Against the Cubs.
I didn't get to see any of the games over the weekend. I was checking the standings, and I mean that division. You got the Brewers leading, but then you got the other four teams. You got the Reds, the Cubs, the Pirates, and the Cardinals that are all 6.5 or 7 games back. I mean, it's like they're all pretty much right there together.
Yeah. I know at one point I think the Reds were at the bottom of the list.
They were,
not
yes.
too long ago, but they've been, coming back with some good wins here, man. I don't know. See what happens. Ain't over till the fat lady sings, right? I don't know, Steve. I guess that's about it, man. Can't think of any too much headline news. There were some things I wrote down last week I was going to touch on, but I don't know what the hell I do with the list. I think I was scribbling it down on a letter, one of them junk mails you get on in the back of things come to me. I kind of, make a note of this. I think it ended up getting thrown away, but anywho. All right, man. Hope everybody has a great new week. Great to hear from Big Ed out there trucking. Be nice to be able to work 6 months out of the year. Well deserved. Hopefully his plans for the future work out for him.
He's got to find a hobby. Any hobby suggestions?
Yeah. Man, you throw a line in the water, Go to Florida, sit on the beach, Ed. Be a beach bum, man. You could get Rambler down there to smoke some of that devil's lettuce with you, man. Just kick back and watch all the females walking up and down the beach, man. Wouldn't that be the life, Steve? No worries, no house payment, just pitch a tent on the beach, right? Get a porta potty about, 40 feet away from you. Just sit there with some skull busters, man, and a little restaurant, maybe just a hop, skip, and a jump to go eat breakfast and lunch and dinner. You could probably survive pretty cheap. What do you think?
Be kind of like lifestyles of the rich. Lifestyles of the rich and famous until it's 100 degrees and you're in a tent. That would suck.
Yeah. You remember that episode on Andy Griffith where the clerk, the heck was the clerk's name? He decided he was going to leave Mayberry and go down to like Caribbean somewhere. He went down there. He was down there a couple months, and like Big Ed said, man, just doing nothing. It showed him his first week. He was having a blast, and then he's just sitting around doing nothing. And he's growing a beard. Now he's sitting around just tearing paper, keeping his mind occupied. He ended up coming back to Mayberry. I don't know. All right, brother. Everybody hammer down. Be safe. Be safe this week. Enjoy the new week coming up. Weather here in Cincinnati, Steve, looks like it's going to be peachy. Thanks for taking my call. Appreciate it, man.
All right. Have a good morning. Peachy. I know it's cool outside the bunker at this hour, 58. Yeah, not as cool as it is up there where Eagle's at this morning. Yeah, you almost need a jacket. It is 844-844-3388. The whole Epoch Times thing, that broke about 1 week ago today. As he was, the chief financial officer was arrested a week ago yesterday. The chief financial officer of the global news outlet, the Epoch Times, charged with leading a years-long scheme to launder at least $67 million in illicit funds, according to prosecutors Monday of last week. Now, it says the scheme, which involved cryptocurrency, tens of thousands of prepaid debit cards, fraudulently obtained unemployment insurance benefits, and stolen personal information, fueled a massive increase in the Epoch Times reported annual revenue, according to prosecutors. 61-year-old Weidong Guan, Guan, charged in U.S. District Court Lower Manhattan, 1 count of conspiracy to commit money laundering and 2 counts of bank fraud. Now, in his court appearance last Monday, he pleaded not guilty before the federal magistrate judge in Manhattan. He was released on a $3 million personal recognizance bond. His travel is restricted to parts of New York and New Jersey, among other restrictions. But the U.S. attorney said Guan conspired with others to benefit himself, the media company, and its affiliates by laundering tens of millions of dollars in fraudulently obtained unemployment insurance benefits and other crime proceeds. When banks raised questions about the funds, Guan allegedly lied repeatedly and falsely claimed that the funds came from legitimate donations to the media company. The Epoch Times, in a statement, said they have temporarily suspended Guan. The company intends to and will fully cooperate with any investigation dealings with the allegations against Mr. Guan. In the interim, although Mr. Guan is innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, the company has suspended until this matter is resolved. Now, Guan is a resident of Secaucus, New Jersey. He managed the Epoch Times, what they called the Make Money Online team, which carried out the scheme to buy crime proceeds and transfer them to bank accounts linked to the media outlet, according to the indictment. From 2020 to 2024, the team allegedly used a crypto platform to buy tens of millions of dollars in crime proceeds at discounted rates of 70 to 80 cents on the dollar in exchange for cryptocurrency. The crime proceeds, which came from sources including fraudulently obtained unemployment insurance benefits, were loaded onto tens of thousands of prepaid debit cards, according to prosecutors. After purchasing those proceeds, participants allegedly used stolen, personally identifiable information to open various types of accounts and transfer the proceeds into bank accounts linked to the media outlet and related entities. They were often laundered again through other accounts, including Guan's own personal bank and crypto accounts, according to prosecutors. To hide the illegal nature of the proceeds, Guan and his co-conspirators allegedly lied to banks and other entities about their sources. NBC News and other outlets had reported on the Epoch Times affiliation with the Chinese religious group Falun Gong, which in recent years has supported former President Donald Trump as an ally in their opposition to the country's ruling Chinese Communist Party. Now, the Epoch Times is not mentioned by name in the indictment, but Gong is listed as Epoch Times chief financial officer on the nonprofit media company's most recent tax returns filed late last year. Prosecutors alleged the money laundering scheme benefited a multinational media company headquartered in Manhattan, New York. They are headquartered on West 28th Street in Manhattan. Prosecutors allege the scheme by Guan and his co-conspirators caused the company's revenue to jump from approximately $15 million to approximately $62 million between 2019 and 2020, according to the publicly available IRS nonprofit tax returns In 2019, the company reported program revenue of $15.5 million. The following year, the Epoch Times reported tax-exempt revenue of $62.7 million. A public defender appointed in Guan's case declined to comment to CNBC. The U.S. Attorney's Office in Manhattan declined to give any additional comments on the indictment, which was actually filed in late May but unsealed Monday of last week. But these counts each carry a maximum sentence of 30 years in prison, while the conspiracy holds a 20-year maximum prison sentence. The charges against Guan do not relate to the media company's news-gathering activities, which was noted by the Department of Justice in a press release. So, yeah, very interesting. See where that all goes as it unfolds.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
All righty, meanwhile, looks like some truckers responding to this proposal from the FMCSA, the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration, tasked with deciding whether they should grant a high school's exemption request to allow 17-year-old students to acquire a commercial learner's permit. Now, that request is open to public comment right now. To be expected, the agency already has received comments from both sides of the issue. Comments have ranged from saying that the exemption would decrease highway safety to suggesting that early instruction would actually lead to safer drivers. Published in the Federal Register on May the 17th, this is a high school in Connell, Washington, that asked the FMCSA for an exemption that would allow 17-year-old students enrolled in their CDL program to obtain a commercial learner's permit. They would receive 180 hours of classroom, field, and drive time instruction before earning a CDL at the age of 18. Now, Connell High School noted in the exemption request that their enrollment of about 600 students is 70% minority and 70% economically disadvantaged students. The school district serves a primarily agricultural community across 4 rural towns there. They said the program would span 2 semesters. The schools requested that the exemption begin in September. So the FMCSA posted the notice that gave the public 30 days to provide feedback. So far, they've received nearly 24 comments. It's not like there's overwhelming interest here. Yeah, several commenters said do not grant the exemption. This concept is terrible, says Drew Miller. Young drivers don't have the experience or judgment to handle big trucks. Just because there's a shortfall of candidates doesn't mean we change the law and lower expectations. Create incentives for mature truck drivers to continue on their career paths and attract new candidates in the same manner. Another, Joe Denning, a veteran truck driver, told the agency that teenagers should not be behind the wheel of a heavy-duty truck. It's my opinion, a professional driver with 21 years of experience, they should not be allowed because In the over 2 million miles that I've driven in my career, a child that young has no business behind the wheel of an 80,000-pound machine, he said. Yeah, others believe that it should grant the request. I have no issue and support the request by the high school to allow 17-year-olds to obtain a learner's permit after completing the high school CDL training program test at 18 years of age to obtain a CDL. Another said age should not be a factor. Competency is the only qualifier. Yeah, 35 years in the business, I've seen 16-year-olds outdrive 20-year career veterans out here.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. No let-up in sight for the heat wave that's been baking much of the western United States with triple-digit temperatures. The heat wave now expected to continue into next week. Forecasters saying daytime temperatures will reach their highest since last summer from parts of interior California into Oregon and the Rockies, affecting a dozen states. President Biden announced new executive action last week aimed at stopping illegal immigrants at the southern border from claiming asylum if crossings reach a certain level. The move follows numerous failed attempts to pass legislation dealing with the southern border, which the president has blamed Republicans for. Some Democrats, however, are slamming the move as a return to policies from the former Trump administration. DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas joins ABC News to defend the actions taken by the Biden administration.
We are doing so very much to maintain the integrity of our asylum process and disincentivize people from risking their lives to reach the very dangerous southern border in between ports of entry.
CBP sources say they apprehended around 4,000 illegal immigrants on Wednesday, the first full day after the announcement was made. Gas prices fell 12 cents over the past 3 weeks to a new national average of $3.58 a gallon, 19 cents less than 7 weeks ago, and 8 cents less than a year ago at this time. Oil industry analyst Trilby Lundberg, the publisher of the Lundberg survey, says part of the reason the price has dropped is through simple rules of supply and demand.
Our demand for gasoline is shrinking, and it even shrank during the Memorial Day period. So refiners and competitors supplying us with the gasoline we need are chasing sales like crazy.
This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
President Trump has yet to announce his pick for vice president, but there are a few candidates who people are speculating are contenders. Ohio Republican Senator J.D. Vance discusses the possibility of being the former president's choice.
We've had some conversations with the Trump team, but I've actually not spoke about the vice presidential thing with the president directly. And until I do, I sort of assume this is a lot of media speculation. As I've said, I think to you, Maria, and certainly to many others, I want to help Donald Trump get elected because it's really important that he become the next president. But I've got an important job for the people of Ohio in the United States Senate. That's what I'm focused on. And if that changes, you'll be one of the first to know.
That audio courtesy of Fox. Former President Trump is currently leading in the polls in Arizona, Florida, Nevada, and is tied with President Biden in Virginia. The NFL is showcasing more games this preseason. USA's Ryan Daniels has the details.
The NFL has scheduled 5 preseason games to be broadcast nationally. Kicking off the preseason action will be the Houston Texans and Chicago Bears in the Hall of Fame game August 1st, airing on ESPN and ABC. The following week, Fox will showcase the matchup between the New Orleans Saints and San Francisco 49ers on August 18th. The last trio of games will be televised during the final week of the preseason.
With no winner in Saturday night's Powerball jackpot, the drawing for Monday set for an estimated $221 million. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Final hour, and away we go on a Monday. Greatest day of the week, right? And room for you at 844-844-3388. Quite honestly, it's not doing a whole lot to comfort me about boarding an airplane anytime in the near future. Now, we had 2 former employees of Boeing and the key contractor tell the Post that despite the deaths of 2 whistleblowers within 2 months this year, they are more determined than ever to tell the truth about what they allege are dangerous practices at the once great but now scandal-scarred manufacturer. The latest is Rob Irvin, a veteran of Boeing, and Santiago Paredes, who worked at Spirit Aerosystems, not to be confused with Spirit Airlines. Just 2 of at least 20 whistleblowers in the process of making their concerns about safety and quality issues at Boeing. Now, their testimony, after years of Boeing being dogged by whistleblower testimony and congressional investigations, the scathing House Transportation and Infrastructure report all the way back in September of 2020 found that 2 737 MAX crashes in 2018 and 2019 were the horrific culmination of repeated serious failures by the company and regulators. Then, of course, in January, the fuselage plug that blew off the new Alaskan Airlines Boeing 737 MAX 9 when it was at 10,000 feet. A whistleblower told the Seattle Times that the fault lay with Boeing because after the fuselage was delivered by the manufacturer, Spirit, a panel had been removed at Boeing's Renton, Washington facility and reinstalled without 4 crucial bolts. Now, these 2 are speaking out. From 2011 to 2017, Irvin was a quality investigator at Boeing in North Charleston, South Carolina, trying to ensure that $250 million 787 Dreamliner planes were ready to be put to work before they left the factory. He started at the company in 2009. He said he pushed back almost every day at serious safety and quality issues that he found on planes that had left the factory floor and were on the flight line, meaning they were supposed to have been checked and found to be good to go. But they weren't, he says. He was often forced to be insubordinate because of how many times he called out the problems he saw. Missing safety devices on hardware or untightened hardware means that you're not going to be able to control the plane if they fail. The safety device is on there. If the fastener's not secured correctly, it's going to fall off and you're not going to be able to control the plane. Now, he worked with Boeing whistleblower John Barnett, who was found dead back on March the 9th in the hotel parking lot in South Carolina. His silver pistol in hand after he failed to show up for the second part of his testimony for a bombshell lawsuit against the company. Police, of course, ruled that he died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Then Joshua Dean, a former quality auditor at Spirit Aerosystems, died in early May from a fast-growing infection. Those deaths, paradoxically, have empowered others to come forward now. Brian Knowles, a Charleston, South Carolina attorney who represents whistleblowers, including Irvin Paredes, and also represented Barnett and Dean, told the Post his law firm has fielded dozens of new calls from potential whistleblowers in recent weeks. Most of the people we're hearing from are current employees. These are not disgruntled employees. In many cases, they love the company. It's not about bringing down the company. It's about getting the company back on track. Boeing says they're open to hearing criticism, but in reality, they're not being addressed internally. And many are retaliated against for actually speaking out. Quite comforting, is it not? What's going on, Scotty?
Another day in paradise, man. I tell you, Spirit, used to be Boeing, and then they sold it, or they basically just renamed it, and of course Boeing's trying to, actually
buy it back, but it's always been Boeing. 80% of what Spirit does was always, Boeing, and they do 20% for some other stuff. But, they've been plagued with problems out there. Like I said, I live right there in Wichita, and I have friends that work there and stuff, and it's not, it's not a big secret that they've had problems. When they sold it to Spirit, or when it changed the name to Spirit, basically, it was to bust the union. They were on strike, back in the late '80s, early '90s for a long amount of time, and that's kind of was the demise of Boeing in Wichita. But, second, then of course, Spirit, they reorganized and, were unionized again, and there's been issues. Their one contract was all about they were bringing in all the temp help, and circumventing the union people, laying the union people off, and then bringing temporary workers in, which they're not supposed to do, but they were still doing it. But anytime you got issues like that, you're going to have quality control problems, in my opinion. But you were talking a while ago about 18-year-olds driving trucks. Of course, I've been out here 30 years. I was young when I started. I wasn't that young. I think I was 24, 25. But I have absolutely no problem with it, and here's why. One, you got to start somewhere. And I did have a friend of mine that was driving a truck in Mississippi when he was 18, and when he turned 21, he was able to go interstate. Real good driver. He, like I said, no issues. But if we can take and send an 18-year-old to Afghanistan or Iraq or Vietnam or, World War II or whatever, trust them to go to war, put him behind the wheel of a truck. As long as they got the proper training, and that's what they got to do is you can't take them, turn them through a driving school in 5 days and give them a CDL. You're going to need, I'm going to say, a lot more training with them. But I was just given the keys and told to go when I got my license. I was put behind the wheel, and then there's a lot of us out here that, are, been driving as long as I have, that's what we was done. We was told, there's the wheel, there's the keys, go. So, all these older hands that are complaining about an 18-year-old getting in there, they need to take a look in the mirror and see what they were at a young age too. But like I said, if they can go to war, they can drive a truck.
Okay.
I'd much rather have an 18-year-old kid out here running up and down the roads than I would all these foreigners out here now. This industry's been inundated with, foreigners from Eastern Europe and, India and everywhere else. I just didn't give the jobs to an 18-year-old. We've always been considered unskilled labor, and, Trump talked about it, and Mike Rose talked about it. You don't need 4 years of college to get a good paying job out here. There's trades, driving a truck, welders, stuff like that don't require, 4 years of college. But like I said, maybe my opinion is not very popular, but, think about it. But anyway.
Had you seen that?
For anybody going on the cruise?
Had you seen that video of Jesse Ventura that's been making the rounds in recent times? I saw it several times. Where he's pretty much saying the same thing. He went over to Vietnam, and when he got back, he said, "Send me back because over there I'm a man, but over here I'm a kid. I can't even buy a beer."
Right.
Yeah, that video.
Right. Yeah. And that's the way I see it. He, as much as I don't totally agree with him, he was spot on when he said it.
Yeah.
But I was going to say, anybody that's going on that cruise, July 8th, the last day to make a payment. So if you owe money, get it paid.
Can't believe it's almost that time.
I'm still trying to recuperate from mine, a couple weeks ago. but I'm ready to go back. I done decided, I don't care much for the Western Caribbean. I know you won't do it anymore. Cozumel and all that. I'm ready to get back over. Of course, the Southern Caribbean. I do like that, but we haven't gone to the Eastern Caribbean, the Virgin Islands, in a long time. But I'd just soon go over that side and stay over that side now if I'm going to go to the Caribbean.
Mm-hmm.
I just, like I said, just didn't care much for the stops in Mexico and the Honduras stop. Nothing compared to what all the stuff you can do without having to take and book an excursion. You can take and get out and with the one year we paid like $15-20 to ride around the back of the pickup truck and the tour of the islands and stuff. In a cab. That's a lot better than spending a whole bunch of money on an excursion or then like I said, you can't get that in Cozumel and all those places. And they're hour and a half, 2 hour bus ride to get to where you got to go, and then 2 miles of walking. But I know you guys don't do excursions ever either. But anyway, well, that's about all I had. Like I said, I just wanted to chime in on that about the 18-year-olds driving.
Very good. All right. Well,
get down here to Texas one more time.
Enjoy your greatest day of the week.
Yeah. Y'all have a good one.
Monday. And we'll be right back. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today. Attention, owner-operators and small fleets. Don't take chances with your future. Trust the trucking experts at 10-4 Truck Insurance for your insurance needs. Enjoy peace of mind knowing your livelihood is in safe hands. Protect your rig and your sanity. Give 10-4 Truck Insurance a call at 866-666-6856 or cruise over to 104ins.com.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Back at it here. Double R checks in. What's happening out there, Double R?
How you doing, Steve?
Good.
Oh, not much. I'm trying to get home for Anita's surgery. So, how you doing?
So, when is her surgery, and what is this one?
Tuesday morning. They're going into her legs and hit that blockage and see if they can get it unclogged.
I got you. See if they can get the blood flow into the legs.
Yeah. They're not going to mess with her neck. She had a clogged artery 100% in her neck, and the doctor said if he goes messing with it, she'll end up having a stroke.
That's not good.
And No, so they're just going to leave it alone. And he said, as long as she's got the other vein that's pumping blood into her brain, that she'll be fine. So he said he didn't want to take a chance of her being brain, what do they call it, brain dead.
Well,
and I told the doctor, you're a little late, but it's all good. But, it's, you know, that didn't go over well. No, it didn't. But you know me, Steve. But anyhow, I'm trying to get to the house. I'm on my way to Chattanooga right now to unload. So got about 6 hours of driving. But hey, I heard Demon on the radio there, and I kind of agree with him. You know, on that driving. If you're old enough to go in the military and you know, man the equipment. I've had tank operators, you know, 17, 18-year-old boys, and or I should say 18. And then when I got hit by an IED back in 2005, my driver was a 19-year-old, and we were in an MRAT, and fully plated MRAT. It weighs between 72 and 76,000 pounds with all the metal plating on the bottom, sides, and did an outstanding job from what I was told about getting out of a kill zone. So, you know, I agree with him on that. But as far as the schooling, 180 hours of schooling is not enough. I think they should have a little bit more, you know, schooling, training, on-hands training, you know, not just the books and having some yahoo that's been driving a year try to explain to, you know, it's like a rookie teaching a rookie, and that's crap, you know. So I kind of agree with Demon a little bit, but other than that, one more payment. My cruise is paid, babe. We're ready to rock.
Oh, yeah?
We're ready to go. It's hard. Yeah, oh, yeah. One more payment to go, and I'm done. So, and I agree with you, Steve. It's kind of hard. It's really rolling around quick. So, I'm ready, though. I am ready. But it is what it is.
All right.
So, you been doing all right?
Yeah. Taking care of the honeydews over the weekend. Had me working out in the yard. Got the pool. Pool's looking good. You got your pool all set up?
I tore mine down.
I know. That's why I'm pulling your chain.
Oh, yeah. Let me tell you what. Nita's been pulling my chain. I wish we still had our pool. And, well, I'm going to get one in January. I'm going to have another one put in, but I'm not going to do it right now because the prices are out of this world. I mean, it's crazy.
Yep.
So we're going to wait till January. Yeah. Wait till January, see what happens.
This is the peak time of year. You try to find an install. You'll be waiting for months for an install.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Then they want to. We went down and priced a new pool. I mean, it was fully everything. Installed and everything. It was right just a tad bit under $7,000. And I told Nita, no, I'm not going to do that. So we're going to, like I said, we're going to wait till January, and I'll go down and purchase another one and see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
So, but other than that, sorry, I haven't been listening. I've been running during the day. I've been listening to a lot of your podcasts. So, I mean, I haven't been missing the show. Been missing my friends talking on the radio, but you know, it is what it is. So, but anyhow, I'll get off here and let somebody else get in. And real quick, how is Ranger doing?
We heard from Ranger last week. He had just taken his 4th chemo treatment And up to this point, his doctor said that the tumor had been responding very, very well. And, I think, how do you put it? Don't get your hopes up. But we might make this fourth treatment your last one. And so they've got a little bit of time. But apparently the tumors shrank exponentially, doing very good.
Outstanding. That's good. I'm been praying for the guy. I hope everything goes well for him. He's a hell of a dude. I like him. So anyhow, I will get off here and let another one of your callers get in. It's nice talking with you, brother, and we'll talk with you a little bit later on. How's that?
Very good. All right. Safe travels on your journey. Good luck. Let us know how things go with Anita with her surgery tomorrow, right? All right. It is 844-844-3388. Scarecrow's going to check in here just ahead. I'm going to ask him. I see the word comes out that South Korea has resumed their loudspeaker broadcast directed at North Korea this past day. Following through on a warning demanding Pyongyang to stop sending these balloons carrying trash to the South. This is what they call kind of a psychological warfare. After North Korea began launching on Saturday about 330 balloons with trash attached, with about 80 of them dropping over the border. The measures we will take may be unbearable for the North Korean regime, but they will send a message of hope and light to the North's troop and its people, they said.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. As the war in Gaza rages on, the IDF confirmed this weekend that it safely rescued 4 hostages that were captured by the terrorist group Hamas on October 7th. Several airstrikes were conducted as part of the operation, destroying several buildings in a civilian area. IDF spokesman Peter Lerner joins ABC's This Week and was asked if they factored in the loss of Palestinian lives during the operation.
Every civilian life lost in this war is a tragedy. Every civilian life lost in this war is a result of how Hamas has operated.
No major letup is expected in the heat wave that's been affecting much of the West with triple-digit temperatures, all but certain to continue into next week. Forecasters saying daytime temperatures will reach their highest since last summer from California into Oregon and the Rockies, affecting a dozen states. This is USA News.
You've been working hard, doing the right thing and paying your taxes and putting your hard-earned money in the Medicare piggy bank all your life. And now it's time to break the piggy bank and get something back. Medicare. If you didn't know it, Medicare is health insurance for people over 65. And you've paid for it with your tax dollars. Medicare plans now have more benefits than ever. That's good news, especially if you're like me and looking forward to paying as little as possible for good health insurance. Call and find out what Medicare plan is best for you. Save your time. It's valuable. We've already done the research for you. And in one quick phone call, you can learn how to get the best Medicare plan designed exactly for you. Hey, it's one of the most important decisions in your life. Let us help you through it. Here's our number. Call 65 Plus Medicare now. 800-778-8214. 800-778-8214.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shots Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shots Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, so the back and forth, the tit for tat. It said back to South Korea. South Korea had warned the North that they would take retaliatory measures, which could include propaganda broadcasts from huge loudspeakers set up at the border. The broadcasts were made Sunday afternoon. Whether more will follow depends on, I guess, how North Korea responds, according to South Korea's military. South Korea then said later on Sunday that more balloons had been launched by the North and could fly into the South, warning residents to not touch any objects they find attached to the balloons. Did not give any other details. So this has been kind of going on, back and forth, back and forth. They used to use the broadcast. South Korea stopped the broadcasts under an agreement signed by the two leaders back in 2018. But since then, obviously, the tensions have mounted as Pyongyang continues to push ahead with their weapons development. What they broadcast from the South, they say, includes world news and information about democratic and capitalist society with a mixture of what they call K-pop music. They believe that these broadcasts can be heard nearly 12 and a half miles into North Korea. All right, welcome, Scarecrow, on a Monday.
Steve, I don't look at that as any more than a couple kids on the playground kicking dirt at each other. This has been going on for as many years back as you want to research. No, you brought it up last week. No, nothing's ever been said to me about it. It's never come up in conversation with Stewie, and I truly don't think that he has hardly any interest in what's taking place at that level. there's been special interest groups, activists from the South that have been showering the North with propaganda, leaflets and, music and medicine, things like that for years. I don't know if the North has ever retaliated in any means. You mentioned, there was an agreement, that they would stop the rhetoric at one point, but that, how long sheets of paper like that can last.
Yep.
But, and since the South started sending the shish kebab loaded bags away, that's as radical, I think, as any retaliation has been, to this point. Now, that's not to say that somebody gets a hair up their butt and decides to, retaliate in a more formal, more threatening manner, which could easily happen given the tensions between the two countries, but I don't. I can't say I've heard anything to the contrary, Steve. If that's any consolation or what you were kind of looking for, but no, there's always that chance, and those we were kind of in conversation a couple weeks back. We were kind of playing into this issue with the missile launches and testing and such, but I think that's a separate ongoing thing that they're never going to give up on that. They just there too. It's, I think, as much intimidation from the North as anything else. But no, I it'd only take one news briefing to make me look kind of silly and ridiculous. But if that happens, I guess we'll all know about it.
Okay.
Something else, something new to talk about on Overnight Drive. Anyway, you were talking airplanes, the Boeing thing and whatnot a little bit ago. That is a good time to bring in airplanes specifically. You'd mentioned the missile crisis, back in the early '60s there, the Cuban Missile Crisis. I figured I had, I think you got that photo I sent you a little while back. I thought I still had that. We were out to the Beale in California. Now, most everybody knows, but if you don't, Beale Air Force Base in Sacramento, that's the home of the U-2 observation / biplane, and it was also the home of the SR-71. Now, the lobby of the squadron commander's room has a big photo on the wall. It's maybe 4 by 5 foot, and that one lone photo, and that's not to say there weren't a lot of others that were taken on that pass, but that photo is photo-proof evidence that the Soviet Union was bringing missiles into into Cuba. And I thought about that, Steve, that one photo, think of the value of that. The entire U-2 program up to that time, that one photo probably made that all worthwhile, given what that presence of those missiles could have progressed to in years to come, and as far as treaties and negotiations, and either way, that I thought, well, I think I still have that photo from when he went out there a couple of years back, and so anyway, let's see. Moving on from that, I'm thinking of horse feathers first. Maybe it was his only call, but either way, I'd never heard of the two-cycle club referred to as a Buzzin' Dozen there, and I've only been exposed to a V12, one time. This goes way back, probably early mid '80s. Steve, there was he was an old fart. He was a beer hauler. He called him Old Smoky, and he always had a big fat cigar between his lips. In fact, he had a little painting on the side of his hood said Old Smoky and him with that cigar. But that motor, that truck, whether it was a KW Pete, that don't matter, but just idling by was such a unique sound that I would, even to this day, I think it'd be a neat sound to hear, under load, going down the highway or pulling a grade or such. But yeah, no, I'd never heard of the Buzzin' Dozen, but I certainly plenty of experience with the other Screaming Demon Detroit diesels and whatnot. I attribute that to being a little bit to my hearing loss and such way. But that's another issue too. Technology. That's what I primarily called about, Steve. One is maybe slightly humorous, casual, so to speak, and the other, is everybody going to pay notice to this one? Yesterday, the bride's new car, it's been due for its first oil change, and there's a gratis one coming from the dealer, but she just hasn't had time to take it in. So I put it up on the blocks yesterday morning and pulled the drain plug and took the filter off and figured no issue there. I've got here's the eight or nine jugs of 5W30 sitting up on the shelf there, and well, and since then, tonight I started thinking about, was it Thursday's program or Friday? I think it was Fridays. We had the guest from Hot Shot Secret,
mm-hmm.
and he started talking about the thinner oils and such, and something told me I think I better check. I was primarily checking to make sure how much oil that particular motor took. But then when I started reading through, and up comes the 0W20, and I thought, yeah, you bet. Like, I'm going to have that on the shelf. And, well, sure, the wife's car, that little, I don't know what, about a 1.6, a little turbocharged motor, but regardless, so that wound up being a special road trip to the parts store to get a jug of oil yesterday afternoon just so I could complete her oil change. And so in the meanwhile, I've got all this 5W30 sitting on the shelf, and I'm thinking, what do you suppose that new pickup takes? But fortunately, that does still take 5W30. It's funny how I grew up on 10W30 and 10W40 all through the years, and when the 5W30 kind of come on the scene, I thought, what in the world? Why? But their technology, it advances, and well, as was discussed, their Friday way, there's means and reason for the thin-bodied oils and such these days.
Yes, sir.
So either way, I've got enough 5W30 to last me a long time if I change it once a year away. Now on the serious side, overhearing you were talking about, well, that was more about the insurance and tracking vehicles and your driving habits and such. Now that's not exactly what I'm getting at, but an acquaintance of mine, as well as my brother's, he had, and I'm going to be careful, I'm going to limit what I'm saying, Steve, and you're going to understand this when I get through. He had some items that he was looking to sell, and a fella came and looked at them, and with the idea of maybe taking a couple. Well, this guy has quite a collection of these items, and this fella that was interested, he said he's going to think it over overnight. He's going to come back tomorrow and make you an offer on everything. Now, this guy is from a tech industry. He had sold something very high tech, and so he has a lot of liquid cash at the moment. Now, he would not even talk on the phone to the selling party, Steve, due to all the eavesdropping and listening in that we've talked about in the past. And this is an area that he has expertise in. He would only talk, face to face, and he said, no, we leave the phones out of the room altogether. Steve, he said these chips, you can take the battery out of your cell phone, and these chips will remain active in processing. And so who's ever on the other end that's gathering up all this information and such, well, it's still there and active somehow. So no, he is scared to death of what technology has done in the communications area, that we're so casual about such these days that I think just about every one of us are familiar with talking about something at home, maybe you and the bride or whoever, and just all of a sudden the ads for that particular item or subject start coming up, and emails and text messages. And so no, technology, it's good, but it should scare the dickens out of us too, but that's what I had for you there today, Steve. So we gotta wrap up this best day of the week. It's currently the best day of the week. I'll go with that. But as I've said before, that's because it puts us one day closer to that true best day.
Greatest day of the week. I'm with you there, Scarecrow. All righty, let me see here. Knuckle Buster.
Thanks for taking me back at the same time, Mr. Steve Summers. Yeah, the best day of the week is the day I walk back in that house and see Tennessee again there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you mean Rocket Man is still around? Oh, Kim Jong-un, he ain't passed on to the great beyond yet?
Not yet. No, he's still doing his thing.
I hear you. Well, I was just curious, you talking about them Boeing employees dying there, Slick Willie and his $2 hose, they ain't got stock in Boeing, do they? Because them people tend to drop like flies around them, so I don't know. And I ain't got a problem with a 16-year-old truck driver out here. Most of them kids on them farms, they already been driving for years anyway. We've got plenty of experience at it out there on them dirt roads there, right?
Mm-hmm.
I know I started driving a tractor at 10-year-old, and then got graduated from a tractor to a semi-truck at 12, driving around on dirt roads on a farm there, so that ain't nothing. Just let them put them out here and give them 180 hours and let them go. Besides, after the class, all they'll be doing is driving in Washington State. They won't be driving out here all over the place there. Because I believe at 18, you got you're only allowed to drive in state, right?
Correct.
So there you go. Only crashes are going to be in Washington, and I don't go out there, so I don't care. I'm going to shut my big pie hole up. Been a great show. We'll talk to you later on today, Steve, and have a great day.
All right, we'll see what we can do on the greatest day of the week. There he is. Yes, Hippopotamus.
Yeah, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. So, yeah, I was only my second call now there for, actually, it might be the third one, but the first one there didn't ever go through because I was taking my cigarette break there on the propane loading rack by the time he got to me.
I saw that.
I didn't get to, yeah. So anyways, there, that US 30 deal there between Lancaster, PA and York, PA there, right there where it crosses the Susquehanna River in Columbia to Wrightsville. It's all of that US 30 is a mess all the way from it's a mess all the way from before Gettysburg, actually all the way out to 81, all the way to Philadelphia. It's always an issue. But right there in that area, if, as you say, they got the 462 to Pennsylvania 462 bridge weight limit down to 10 tons due to a structural insufficiency, and I don't know, I've never heard exactly what it is. We used to run that all the time, never thought twice about it. But anyways, when they closed that 30 bridge there, your choice is to go all the way back up to Harrisburg and come back down from either direction, whichever way. If you're going from Lancaster to York, you got to go up 283 to Harrisburg, back down 83 to come back down to York, and reverse the direction there if you're going from York to Lancaster. Or you ride down the 2-lane back roads up and down all the big hills to try to get to Pennsylvania 372 and take that across the Susquehanna River on what you said was the Normanwood Bridge. And then that dumps you out there onto another 2-lane road that's 6 miles north to get back down into Maryland, and you still got another 45 minutes to even get to an interstate if you want to try to, going down into Maryland to head towards like Baltimore. And if you go to come back up to York, it's a good half hour, 45 minutes up the 2 lanes to come back up to York. And don't try to keep going cross lots to the west, because unless you know the roads there and been driving them back roads like I've done down through there, you don't even want to venture it. And if you got a 53-foot van, you don't even want to think about it, because I wouldn't even drag a 53-foot van through them back roads. So it's a pretty ugly scenario there, not having that second bridge, because there's not a lot of river crossings, and it turns pretty ugly. Knucklebuster there, he pretty much said exactly what I was going to say about the 17-year-olds getting permits there. I mean, they're still not getting their license until they're 18. It's not like, they're turning 17
right.
and, getting their permit and going down and getting their license the next day or something. So it's no real difference other than the fact that the amount of time they've had their permit by the time they get to 18 is, they've already accomplished everything they need to take their road test. And I guess if you have a qualified inspector giving them a qualifying road test, which by the sounds of some of these things we've heard out here, sometimes there isn't a whole lot of them qualified people to give the qualified test. So that's more in where I think the problem lies than the actual person trying to get the license. So anyways, but I think through the municipality, school, and that, I think you're a little more better chance of education than some of these supposed driving schools. But anyways, I don't know. So other than that, I was kind of surprised there that Scarecrow had never heard the term buzzin' dozen for the old 2-stroke Detroits there, big old V12s. And of course they can keep putting them together there, because they had V16s, and then they, so there's also not only do they do that, they change the cylinder sizes to cubic inch. So not only can you have, a V12 in a 71, you can have a V12 in a 92, and I don't know if they really made any of the 92s. Most of the V12s they made were in the 71 series, but they had them down to 53s, and I forget, 41 maybe. There's a whole bunch of different size of cubic inch. And the real interesting thing about the Detroit, those old 2-strokes, if you had a 4-cylinder Detroit, a 6-cylinder Detroit, an 8-cylinder Detroit, a 12-cylinder Detroit, if they were the same cubic inch, no matter how many cylinders they had, they used all the same parts, Your Honor. Every one of them had the same exact piston. Didn't matter how many cylinders it had. If it was that cubic inch size, that cylinder would fit in all those motors. All those pistons and that would fit in all those motors. All the, the stuff for the injectors and everything. They'd all, as long as it was set up for that motor, that size motor, it would fit in all different ones. So there's your little trivia for the day. But anyways, there's a few of us left out here to like them, use them. I don't know. I'm kind of like Scarecrow there. I can kind of account for some of my hearing loss going to them, but I've never been a big straight pipe fan. But they have run a few of them with straight pipes, and I don't know. I got told maybe we might have to make an adjustment on the fire truck to to make it do muffler or straight pipe, so that when we go to some of these shows, we could show off what the Detroit always used to be. I don't know. I have to take an opinion poll on that. See what the outside world thinks. But
wow.
But other than that, that's about what we got going for you. Sun's starting to come up over here.
On the greatest day of the week. I pulled up some of the comments there. I just got that here. Steve, I'm sad to say one of your longtime listeners has passed from lung cancer. They were a non-smoker, 40 years on the road. Let's see. Drove for CF and ABF. His handle was Stormy. He was living in North Carolina. I do remember. Yeah, that was because we had the female Stormy that passed a few years ago, and that was what we called the male Stormy. Sad to hear that, but thanks for the heads up. With that, we close it out here on the greatest day of the week, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love.